Yo, what's up, everybody? So I just saw that Michael Sartain put out a podcast talking about horrible pickup advice, which is basically all it's what my channel is dedicated to, is helping you all navigate the pickup community, the pickup content that's out there, and contextualizing it correctly so it does not become a a cope or a thing that you use to cover up your insecurity. I'm trying to get to the core of everything, where I'm always talking about how pickup isn't bad. It just depends if you're using it to make up for an insecurity or to be good to yourself. So basically, I'm always saying that pickup advice is horrible as well. It's very ego driven, so on and so forth. And then talking about my entire journey, as you saw in my last stream, just my whole journey of everything, how I was interpreting it in the beginning and my arc, and just all the lessons that I've learned from basically coming at it from the wrong perspective for 17 years before I learned my lesson. So, Mike, who I have, by the way, I believe Mike is probably it's between Owen and Mike, who are my top two guys that I actually look up to in this game. They've really done it. They've achieved it. They've achieved maximum frame. Looks, money, status game. I don't know about looks. I feel like, I mean, Mike is a 6 foot Chad, you could say, but not maybe not Owen, but let's say outside of looks, they have, because that's subjective, but they have money, status, and game. They have three of the four. So, and I'm sure some girls think that they're every guy is some girl's type. So I'm sure to some girls they have the looks as well, but they've achieved it, dudes. When I'm talking about Owen Cook and Michael Sartain, they've achieved the ultimate frame. The ultimate frame, the levels of frame are looks, money, status, game. So they have all four of those things. I would say Owen is stronger on the game level, and Mike is stronger on the status level. One for one, I would assume that Owen would outgame Mike, but I mean, regardless, I think they're the top guys. I think as far as vibe goes, just straight up vibe, Jeffy is probably my guy. That is my top guy. He's the guy that I look up to. But yeah, I think Mike and Owen are the realest dudes, and they don't feed you bullshit. And if you want to just build up this undeniable frame, they're the top two guys for that. And I would say, just as far as overall frame goes, all four levels, LMSG, I'd say Mike is top of the food chain. He's a number one guy. I have nothing but respect for him. So he put out this podcast talking about horrible pickup advice. However, if you guys were watching my stream yesterday, I was talking about how all my community posts that I put out, and I was talking about my mindset when I was writing those posts, how I was very much still in a validation seeking loop. And I broke down what my perspective was as I was reading those posts, as I was writing those posts, and then reading them to you guys. But when I was writing those posts, what my frame of mind was, and you guys saw that I had basically invested all my energy into my frame, or I put my frame above all else, even above the girls, where I was like, I love my frame more than I love the girls. And the girls are drawn to the strength of my frame. And when they fuck with it, so when I come in, they because I believe in my frame so much and I can come in with this belief, then that makes me come in very strong and powerful. The girls feel this, and then they test it a little bit to see if they can break my frame, if my frame depends on their validation in any way. And then when I crush that, because it does not, before I say that, I will say this. I do know that some of you guys do tell me. I forgot who said it, but somebody told me that maybe you don't need it anymore because your game has been figured out, and I've had all this time to work on my game. Maybe you don't need it, but maybe it is helpful for guys that are just learning game to help them build their confidence or whatever. And to that I say it it is good in the sense that it allows a guy that doesn't believe in himself any at all and sees himself as very weak and not good enough for girls. It allows them to build a frame and they can invest their energy into a frame, and that allows them to feel strong, and then they can come in strong. As I was saying, you can come into when you have a strong frame, you've worked on your game, you have this thing that you've worked on that you can then put your confidence into, and then it could be your source of confidence because you've built this thing up and you can be proud of it. So it allows you to come into the frame very strongly, into an interaction very strongly, and then the girl's intrigued by your strength, you know. And then at the end of the day, girls are just attracted to guys anyways, okay? So they're just going to be attracted to you because you're a guy, one way or the other, if they are attracted to you. But more than anything, girls are attracted to your strength, okay? So if your strength is your frame, and you come in with a strong frame and you put your frame even above the girl, then she's going to be like, wow, this guy's so strong. He's not getting any of his validation from me. He's not getting any of his, he's drawing, he's self-validating. He draws his strength from himself, from her perspective, right? But really you're not. What's actually going on is you're drawing your strength from having a strong frame, from having a strong game that you built up. I'm always saying drop game, and all this energy that you're investing into building this strong frame, invest it into turn inward and invest it into having a strong relationship with yourself and love for yourself and all these things, right? So that being the case, girls are just drawn to strength. And listen, girls are just drawn to strength regardless of where it is. You're going to hear Mike talk about it. So I did watch the podcast one time through. This is going to be my second time watching it through. Mike just posted it today. So I saw it maybe I think within 30 minutes of when he posted it. I watched the podcast and I think it's been like a couple hours since he posted it now. I've allowed myself time to digest it. I'm going to go through it again with you guys. But everything that Mike is saying, you guys will see, and regardless of who's saying it, girls, I'm not saying, honestly, I believe all girls, any feminine girl, right? She's going to just be drawn to a strong male. So if your strength comes from having a strong frame, from you just being so good looking, from you having status, whatever it is, where it makes her feel, it softens her to be in the presence of your strong frame, and she sees all this evidence of your strong frame, once it becomes basically undeniable that you have strength, more so than the guys that she's used to dealing with, because most guys she's used to dealing with are giving her all the status and putting, she's the strong one in the interaction because she's fucking smoking hot, and the guys are just like, oh, I just wish you would choose me, you would make me so happy if you chose me. And they're basically giving away all their power in this tactic subconsciously, because they don't know they're doing it, but subconsciously they're giving away all their power to the girl to make her feel safe. Number one, we're like, listen, girl, I'm not trying to invade your space. I'm not a creep or whatever. I'm not trying to impose myself on you. And then number two, I'm giving you all my power so you can be like, oh wow, he's submitting to me basically. This is so kind of him. I love him so much for giving me what I want. I choose you for showing me that for making me feel special, that you gave me all your power, you know? That's basically the nice guy frame, you know? And it's like that's absolute garbage. Girls are not attracted to you giving up your power. They're attracted to your power and you holding your just the the relationship you have with your power, and then it softens them when they're around a guy with a strong frame that doesn't need them in any way whatsoever. I would say I don't give a fuck game, right? Is probably I don't give a fuck about your pussy game is kind of the strongest frame you could take. However, I've gone a little further and said I've acknowledged that they're attracted to the strength. So I can hold on to my strength, but at the same time, I could also just appreciate the girl and like her and be into her. But at no point am I giving away my power. So I actually also have nice guy game. It's also more sexualized than a nice guy, but I also, I guess, have nice guy game, but I just don't give away my power. That's the main thing that guys are doing when the girls don't respect them. And then beyond that, sometimes girls just don't like you. You're just not their type, you know? But if a girl's your type, if a girl's really your type, you're going to feel this need. You're going to get your protector and provider switch activated, and you're going to want to just give to her and provide for her and protect her. And she hasn't done anything in a sense to earn it, right? But it's like, you have to stop giving your shit away to her. That's what's so, just because every guy does it, number one, and then number two, she can't respect you if you're just giving it away to her just because she's hot, because then you're giving it away to all the hot girls, and it doesn't make her feel special from her perspective, in a sense, right? Anyway, we'll go more into this as we watch Sartain's podcast. I will say I agree a lot with Mike. I agree a lot with Mike. However, there I just want to add some nuances, because Mike has this thing where he keeps talking shit about dudes like me that think that you don't need a bunch of status and you don't need social media and you don't need pre-selection. I don't need any of that shit, okay? I am at a disadvantage right now, because right now I'm not actively gaming. So right now I mean, I have gamed plenty in the past, but right at this particular specific moment I'm not gaming. So for me to be like, well, this is what it is and this is blah blah blah, I can't really say that right now with full belief, full conviction, because right now I'm not out meeting girls, you know. So but I will give you guys my mindset at this time. I do have many approaches from the past. I have been gaming as long as Mike. Mike said that he's been gaming for 18 years. I've been gaming for about 17, 18 years as well, you know. So Mike also likes to talk about how he used to be in the military. I was also in the military, you know. So Mike doesn't really have, Mike's maybe like 2 years older than me, 3 years older than me. Mike doesn't really have a lot of life as far as just the way that he's challenged himself in his life. I would say that he doesn't really, I would feel like I'm on his level. You know, I'm not trying to compare myself to him. He's got his own journey that he's went to. I'm not trying to say I'm better or anybody's better like that, but I'm saying I have done similar things to he does that he's done, and I've gotten to different conclusions, even though I've had a similar journey, at least through game. You know, he's gotten much different results. He's much levels above me. He's got a much higher network, but at the same time, I'm not really focused on that. I'm focused on different things. So we'll look at what he has to say. He has a lot. Clearly, he has tons of value to offer and tons of experiences that he's had that I have not had. I would say we've probably had very similar experiences. He's just had more abundance of it, and he's just at a higher power level, you know. But I would think I would like I could confidently say that we're fairly the same in the experiences we've had, but he's just had way more of them and are just much more, you know, his light is shining brighter. I will say there are things I believe I can outdo him in. I think my, well, you know what? Again, I don't want to compare myself to him. I don't know. I haven't gone out with him. Now I'm just kind of talking shit. I really don't know. I just want to say I respect Mike. That's what I want to put forward first. I have confidence in myself as well. But let me respond to this podcast. And I think the podcast is very good. Let's get into the podcast, you know? I don't want to start tooting my horn. Like, it's really not about me. This is about Mike and what he's saying. And much respect, you know? Okay, so you guys see the man right here. Let's I should be able to get through most of it. I, like I said, I listened to the whole thing, so I will skip through parts that I don't think are really relevant. I'll be bouncing around, but for the most part, we'll be listening to, this is probably about to be a fairly long stream. So let's roll, dudes.
Welcome back, guys. Recently, I've been getting inundated. People have been sending me clips of really, really, really terrible dating advice. I don't know why this has gotten so pervasive. And it's like the more terrible the dating advice is, the more viral they're going. Guys telling you to just get on dating apps, be yourself, be genuine and authentic, and go up to women and tell them that you're attracted to them off the rip.
Okay, so this whole being authentic thing, that's basically what I'm saying. I'm always talking about just be yourself and don't be a creep. That's the best dating advice I could think of. Now at the latter end of this huge arc that I've gone through, in the beginning, if you would have told me to be myself and don't be a creep, what's up, Nathan? In my opinion, not if somebody would have told me be yourself and don't be a creep when I was at the beginning of my arc, it really wouldn't have been as useful because I didn't have a sense of what women are attracted to in the beginning. So I would have been sort of like being myself back then would have meant to just give up all my power to chicks and they'll select me because they'll appreciate that I gave up all my power to them. Not anymore. Now I understand my power relative to women and I understand that they're attracted to my power. So, and I'm also not giving it away just because I know it's a technique that'll work to attract them. I'm not giving my power away because that's what's best for me because it's a self-love, a practice of self-love, you know. So here Mike is criticizing dating apps. I agree. I think dating apps are I mean if you're on a dating app whatever, do your thing, man, but I think that the superior way to meet women is in person. Mike, I believe, would say is through social media as far as get your Instagram page up. You know, he's an Instagram guy, I would say. So he would be saying right now, get your Instagram up, get good pictures up, you know, like Dan Bilzerian game basically, and make yourself seem like someone that the girls want to be around because you live such a cool life and it's projected through your photos. I am not one of those guys, okay? But he's saying don't be on dating apps because a lot of guys use that as a crutch. He's got this thing against being authentic. I do understand why he's saying that because being authentic, again, if you're not coming from a place and being authentic and just expressing intent, you know, if you're just walking up to a girl, this is going into the other half of where I'm saying the second half of the advice that I'm saying is the best advice be yourself, don't be a creep with into going the don't being a creep thing, walking up to a girl and expressing your intent is not really enough if you don't have attraction, if she has no reason to believe that you are, she's attracted to your strength. Okay. So sometimes I will say, sometimes expressing your intent, depending on how you do it, can work. But the reason that it works is not because you were honest and because you just expressed your intent and most of these guys aren't willing to express this intent, their intent, and you are. That's not what it is. It's the strength behind you expressing your intent and not giving a fuck. Ultimately, the don't give a fuck game, right? The don't give a fuck frame. You still have empathy. I'm not saying don't have empathy, but with from a place of empathy, don't give a fuck game where you can just come up and be like, you're hot. You know what I mean? I'm attracted to you, whatever. You can express that. The more powerful way to do that, however, is to do that non-verbally and indirectly. So I can come up and be like, what's up? I'm Catch. And then just look at the girl. And then just from her, she knows I'm walking up and introducing myself. That's basically me being direct. If I feel the need to be like, what's up? You're hot. I want you. You know what I mean? The fact that I'm being so overt about it, I mean, she might fuck with it, you know. If she's into your look and just something about you she likes, she might just engage with it to see where you're gonna go with it. But she's not necessarily attracted to you going direct with your intent. She's attracted to the strength that you have to be able to do that. That you feel like you can just do that and not give a fuck and not need you have basically full confidence and no worries and you know you're not going to offend her and even if she does pretend to be offended you'll be able to handle it, you know what I mean, because you are grounded in your frame, you're grounded in your own strength, and you're grounded in that you have no apologies for being attracted to women. That's a very very strong frame to come from. And then as far as Mike saying the being authentic thing and criticizing that, I would say if you're being authentic, again, it all goes back to if you're coming from a place of strength. As you guys saw in my last stream, I actually was realizing it while I was speaking during my last stream, is that before I was investing all my energy into my frame, even over the girls, because if I have a strong frame, the girls will be attracted to that strong frame. It gives me leverage. It gives me an advantage if I'm playing the power game with them. So if you're being authentic from a place of strength, okay, even if you're a pickup guy like I used to be, and you have this frame that you use to convey strength, or whatever it is, or you have looks, or you have money, or whatever the fuck it is that you have that you know gives you leverage over the girl. If you have complete if you're completely aligned with that and you don't fucking give a shit whether the girl approves of it or not, you know that it's the shit with or without her approval. There's a strength in that. and women are attracted to strength. So if you can be authentically whatever it is that you're being without needing her at all, I disagree with Mike. I think it will work very, very well when it does work, and it's going to generate high levels of attraction, at least in my experience. If you're doing it again from a crutch as a place to be like, well, if I'm just authentic, she'll like me. If I just tell her that I like her, it's a technique that I'm using so she'll like me. Please, you're basically doing it and be like, here's what I'm doing. Do you like it? Do you like it? You're coming from a very weak frame, and she's gonna be like, ew, weakness, creepy, gross, ick, get away from me. So whatever game you are thinking of approaching of using, it has to come from a place where it's standalone, where there's a standalone force, because the girls are attracted to strength, as opposed to us. We're not attracted to strength. I'm not attracted to a strong woman, you know? I'm attracted to a feminine woman, a woman that complements my frame, that adds to my frame, that is beautiful, and she carries herself well, and she respects herself, and she has this, I guess you could say, this a strong feminine frame, but feminine is not like the masculine. The masculine is a conqueror survival frame, and hers is a very receiving, malleable, shaping itself to other things, nurturing, considerate. And if she can be that without being apologetic about it, without being insecure about it, that's very attractive to me. But I'm not necessarily drawn to her being strong. I'm attracted to her inspiring me to be stronger. I don't know. It's kind of tough to explain, but I think you guys are getting what I'm saying. Her game is not to be strong. So it's what she's attracted to. So we sometimes give up all our power to her because that's what we want from her. You know, that's what we're attracted to from her, where she just opens up and receives us completely. So we're like, oh, I'm just going to do it to her, and then she'll appreciate what I'm doing. And we become very feminine in that sense. And she'll like me. It's like she's completely attracted to the complete opposite. Remember, men and women, we're each other's complementary forces, yin and yang. So if she's attracted to strength, we're attracted to softness, you know? Okay, so let's keep going.
Ask women on dates who aren't even attracted to you, all sorts of just terrible, terrible dating advice. And I'm just wondering where it all comes from. So, as usual,
Let me answer that. It all comes from asking women on dates that aren't even attracted to you, you know? That's another big problem that I feel guys are doing when they get in game mode. They start stacking forward, and they keep, because again, it comes from this place that you're working on your frame, on your game and frame, and it's necessary that you hold your game and frame if you're using it as a tool to convey your strength to the girl, because that's what she's attracted to. It is 100% necessary that you prize your game over the girl. You know, this is what leads to things like you're gaming a girl you're not even attracted to, and she rejects you, and it hurts. Even though you're not even attracted to her, because she's invalidating your frame and your whole journey. If you're going through this like I'm a pickup guy thing, your whole journey is dependent on the strength of your game. And when it gets rejected by a girl, it stings, you know? So what Mike is saying here, that just asking girls out that aren't even attracted to you, that's a symptom of you're believing in your game so much, which is good. You're believing in your game so much that you're like, there's no way she's not going to be attracted to me because my game is so great and it's worth more than her. That when I ask her out, I'm doing her a favor in a sense, you know. But then you don't even pay attention to if she's even attracted to you. You're more paying attention to like how solid your game is, and you could have 100% top notch, fully solid game, but the girl's not attracted to you the whole time. But in your mind, you're like, man, I'm hitting all my lines. Everything's coming out exactly how it's supposed to come out. I'm so smooth. All my technique is on point. And then you're not, and you're so tuned in to how smooth your game is and how good it's coming together that you're not even paying attention to if the girl's even fucking attracted to you. You're not, or not, and you're being forceful in a sense, because even if your game is good, if the girl perfect, if the girl doesn't want it and you're trying to shove it down her throat, it's not going to work. You're being forceful, you're being rapey, you could say, you're being creepy and all that. It's not good. So it's very important that we have, and then also, if the girl doesn't like it, we also, to maintain, if we're in this like prizing her frame above all frame, even if the girl's not attracted to it, it's incumbent upon us to, in a way, not even give a shit if she likes it. because and challenge her and get her to challenge our game and bait her in a sense so she can basically submit to the strength of our game because that's what she's attracted to, you know? So it's a trap. It's not good to be like that because this is why I'm always saying fucking drop game, dude. I will say this for the rest of existence of this fucking channel to drop fucking game. It's not bad to have game, but drop game in the sense of holding your game as like the your keys to the kingdom. It's not. You know what I mean? It's the sizzle on the steak. The steak itself is you and loving yourself and coming from a self-validated frame. As you guys are gonna see, Mike is also in this frame stuff. You know, Mike, Myron, mm, all the red clavicular, mm, you know, RSD guys, mystery, all the guys in the pickup community, Austin Summers, all the guys in the Marcus Wolf, all the guys in the pickup community that are the top guys in the game. What's giving them their leverage is that they've built up this game and it's so strong and so on point and so tight. They have all these, they've traveled around the world, they've attracted tons of girls, they have a huge following on YouTube, they get paid for boot camps. I mean, they've built up a product around their game. It's so strong. They believe in it so strongly, you know, and they believe in it so strongly. Even other people are giving them credit for it. That it's not only is it being built up by their own belief, but other people are also believing in it as well. They have tons of momentum going in this direction. So it behooves them to guys like Mike as well, who's built up his game. I would say Mike is the top of the food chain. They built their game up so highly that they can't let it go because that would almost in a sense pull the rug out from under their game. Like they have to believe in it for their game to be strong. You know, I am not like this is why I keep telling you guys. I really think I have yet to find a guy. I mean, I know you guys showed me that guy Lucario a few streams ago. I haven't really finished watching that debate. It feels like maybe he's like on the same wavelength as I am, but I'm not really seeing any of these top level guys saying the shit that I'm saying. I don't think it's bad to have game, but it's like the game is the sizzle on the steak, like I'm saying. And these guys are investing all their eggs into the game basket. Mike has built up a very strong frame. He has a lot of momentum in going what he's going through. And he totally believes in his game, that his status game, pre-selection game, as it's going to get him chicks. Like it's what he holds up and is like, look, I have this thing. This is what gets me chicks. And then he's completely shitting on dudes that are like, you don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need any of this shit to get chicks, dude. I haven't, well, I would say I haven't needed it in the past. I'm not gaming now, you know? When I go on my pickup pilgrimage, I'll see what girls I can pick up. I'll see if I start getting the podcast with them and start being able to do interviews with them, so on and so forth. But as I've told you guys before, I've been able to hook up with every single type of girl I've wanted to hook up with as a broke, short, old, not attractive dude, you know? So based solely on my self belief, on my ability to have fun, and the strength of my frame, you know. But I have come to this realization that putting all my energy into my game, into holding my game above all, has really been draining me. So I've come to this other level that I don't really see anybody talking about. So I'm going to be talking about this as Mike continues to. This is why Mike is saying this shit is my point. Mike is saying this because he's invested fully into this game that he's built up, you know? I just don't really think you need to do it. It's great to do it. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm just saying you don't need it. Guys have been hooking up with chicks for hundreds of thousands of years without Instagram, without pre selection. Girls are just drawn to strength, is the point.
No food and a whole lot of caffeine. I've got Tristan here to piss me off. We're going to start off with questions from you guys. And go ahead, Tristan. What do we got?
Awesome, man. Well, I just want to thank you for allowing me to be authentic on this podcast and for us to be ourselves and practice being ourselves in preparation for the 150th episode. So I appreciate that.
That's incredible, man. So for
Okay, again, this is very tongue in cheek of Tristan. I like Tristan's a cool guy. I would love to hang out with these guys. Honestly, these guys are super cool. I would love to go out and party with these guys. These guys seem like a lot of fun, man. Yeah, they're playing more on this whole being authentic thing, you know, where it's like I do agree with Mike. I agree with a lot of the shit that Mike says, honestly. Mike does have this one take where he says that a lot of the dating advice out there, the stuff that goes viral, the stuff that gets the most attention, is stuff where it allows people to just not have to invest into anything and they can just basically release it all and just be like, I can just do whatever I want and people will like me. I disagree with that in the sense that you cannot be whatever you want. I do think that you should love whatever you are and do things that are good and practice are good for you because you love yourself. That's important. And also be aware of the way that your attraction works to girls. They're attracted to your strength. But if a lot of the dating advice out there is coming for people that don't know what they're doing and they're confused and they're frustrated and people tell them just be yourself, forget about all this advice and just be yourself, and that allows people to release all this, you know. But then being themselves is coming from a weak place where they don't understand, and it's weak because they don't understand what attraction is, what women are attracted to, what their strengths are. They're not in touch with themselves. They want to please others. They want other people to like them. And this need to want to please others pulls them out of their core and makes them very weak. Listen, it's not necessarily a bad thing that this happens. So when we're younger, when we're, as I told you before, when we're born and we're babies and all that, we have a survival need. We have survival pressures on us when we're young, and we're not good enough to survive on our own. So we definitely do need other people to love us and give us their approval through giving us like through to basically tell us they love us by supporting us and giving us love and care and nurture. But so we learn in the beginning, and honestly, we need to do it. It's not a negative thing. This is naturally how it happens. So our core self, we're born with our core identity, okay, who we are at our core, and our core self realizes that it's not enough to achieve its survival needs. It needs to yield to the needs of the caregivers around us to take care of us. So, out of a survival necessity, out of an intelligent decision that it makes, our core self is like, you know what? I have things that I care about, whatever, but I need to just yield this power to these caregivers so they can take care of me. And I need to make sure that they like me. Now, if our caregivers are emotionally healthy and fulfilled people, they will not take advantage of us. But we can run into people that are emotionally shallow, and these caregivers need the baby to give them love. So they use basically the baby as a form of emotional validation, you know, because the baby's cute. They like the baby. When the baby's smiling at them and having fun with them, it makes them feel good that they're making the baby feel good. And if the baby doesn't feel good, they feel bad and they're like, fuck you, baby. You know what I mean? Like, because they need emotional validation from the baby because they're emotionally insecure. And it's like this fucked up relationship. And then the baby needs them. So then they're getting punished for not giving them emotional validation. So then the baby learns that it needs to give its caregiver emotional validation to receive validation via resources, food, attention, nurture, so on and so forth. Okay. The However, this is a strategic thing on the part of the baby, even though the baby consciously doesn't know it's doing it. The core self needs to yield this power over to its caregivers so it can get its survival needs met. Okay. Ideally, you get people that are emotionally fulfilled and they don't need anything from you and they just love you. And whether you like them or not, they're emotionally fine. And they can help you build a good relationship with yourself and love yourself and also love them. I mean, to be honest, as a baby, we do want to make our parents proud. We do want our parents to love us. We do want to know how to please our parents because we love them. Because to be honest, they are taking care of us, and because they're taking care of us, we love them for that. We're also of their blood. Like, I mean, there's all this stuff. We want to love our parents. You know, it's our core. It's our instinct. It's what we want to do. And then parents do stuff if we have a bad relationship with our parents, especially if they're using us for emotional validation, where we end up finding that they're toxic and they're draining us, and we end up developing this bad relationship where we find out that our caregivers are actually not good. Our core self knows the whole time what the deal is, you know? Eventually our core self gets to this point where it's like, you know what? I'm strong enough now where I don't need my caregivers anymore to take care of me, or at least it feels like it is, you know? This is probably like around 13, 14, where we start to become teenagers and we start to be like, yo, I'm getting pretty strong. I don't need my fucking caregivers anymore. I can do it on my fucking own now. I don't fucking need them, you know? I feel strong on my own. So our core self starts to poke its head out and be like, you know what? You don't need them anymore. You can stop fucking, I can stop yielding my fucking authority to them and start believing in myself again. And it's a natural process that this goes through, okay? So because this happens, because the core self has to yield this in the beginning, we don't know this because this is all unconscious. We can lose sense of that we're doing it for a strategic purpose, for survival purpose, and then we lose sense of that our identity in the beginning was built around doing stuff so our caregivers were like us, and then it carries over into our teenage years. We end up developing this insecurity where we want people to like us because we've learned that that's how we receive our source of strength from others, giving us validation, love, nurturing, blah blah blah. And it's almost like we abandon the core self, you know? So we have to learn to reclaim that power. Ideally, if we had good caregivers, they taught us this when we were young. But most people don't know this shit. Most people aren't aware of this. Most people are in this loop as well, even when they were kids and now they're adults and they're still wrapped up in it where they're like, no, I need to perform. And when I perform correctly, I receive rewards. And that's confirmation that I'm good enough, you know? So we have to separate from this and start being like, no, I'm good enough on my own. I'm strong on my own. I believe in myself. I love myself. I do things to be good to myself, so on and so forth. And when we can come from that frame, all this game and everything is being authentic actually does work. But most people don't do that because, like I'm saying, they learn when they're little kids that they need to please others to relieve survival pressures. And then they continue this for the rest of their lives, you know? So when you're being authentic from that place, you're not in touch with your core self, your sense of strength. Yeah, it comes off as weak because you need validation from the girl, you need validation from others. You're not a stand-alone force. So that's why it's funny to that's why it's comical when people are saying to be authentic, because most people can't be authentic because they're not in touch with their strength and their core selves.
Those of you who don't know, it's like an inside joke. It's like this idea that what really women want is for men to be authentic. No, women want men.
They do.
And they're attracted to be authentic. They don't want just.
Yes, men they are attracted to be authentic. Translation, men that they perceive as strong to be authentic. That's what women are attracted to. I cannot fucking drive this home enough. Women are attracted to strength, okay? So even if the girl doesn't like you, I remember this used to confuse me. I remember many years ago, maybe like 10 years ago, I saw Manwhore, maybe even more. I saw on manwhore.org. I saw Manwhore post that he has sex with women that don't even like him. And I was like, how? How are you banging chicks that don't like you? The way that you do it is because they're attracted to your strength. They're not really, I mean, they're attracted to you. They like you or whatever. They connect with the person that is you, but they're attracted to your strength. And as long as they can feel your strength, and they're going to be testing it, and then life is going to test it, and they're going to get reminders how strong you are and how you don't need them. I don't give a fuck about your frame and all that kind of shit, you know? But as long as they can sense that you're strong, they're going to be intrigued by your strength. I will tell you guys this. So earlier I was skateboarding, okay, right before I came on the stream. I actually was listening to this podcast while I was skating. I had my headphones in and I was skating and listening to the podcast at the same time. And I remember I was out there skating, and like I've told you guys, I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. So there's this little slab of concrete, this little basketball court that I found where I go and I skate sometimes. So I was skating there, and there's a fucking light pole or some shit there, and these two city workers or people that work on the electricity out here, they show up while I start skating, and they start fucking working on the fucking telephone pole. There was also some dudes doing like construction or some shit. So there are all these fucking dudes, you know what I mean, working right now. And again, they're other Mexican guys, so I'm also a Mexican dude, you know. So they think I'm just like some Mexican guy like them. I'm not, because I come from a completely different background. But most people in Mexico, they have to work all the time. They're poor. You know, I'm not in the same situation as they are. So I actually do have time right now to go out and skate during the day, unlike them. So I'm already like standing out to them, like, how is this fucking dude not working right now? Because most guys my age, they're working right now. In Mexico, people work Monday through Saturday. So it's like, who the fuck is this dude that's just skateboarding right now, you know? So I'm skating. So they're already kind of like looking at me like, what's up with this dude? Who the fuck is this dude that can just skate? I start skating, and then I start busting some tricks. You know, I start working on whatever tricks I'm working on, you know? So I'm working on my tricks. I'm landing tricks. I land, I don't know, 5, 6 tricks in a row. I'm landing some decent stuff. To somebody that doesn't skate at all, which are these guys in particular, I look like I'm doing fucking magic, bros. Like if I do a motherfucking kickflip, looks like I'm doing fucking magic, or a backside flip, or a 360 flip, or a hard flip, or a decent sized manual with a trick at the end, and then I trick out. That like, how the fuck is this dude doing that? You know, it looks like magic to them. So I'm doing shit like this, and they're looking at me, and I remember while I'm doing it, I'm just like, and this is something that happens to me often, by the way. It's not just with them. When I would skate in Spain, because I've been skating for over 20 years, so I've gotten a decent amount of skill level now. And it's like when I'm out skating, a lot of people would just watch me skate because they'll just be like, they'll be amazed by it. Like I'm saying, to people that don't skate, it looks like I'm doing fucking magic. I'm actually not doing anything that crazy. I'm just using technique. But to them, what they're seeing, what they're attracted to, or what's attracting their attention is that the amount of energy and investment that I've had to put in to learn these tricks, and for me to do them so naturally and smoothly, and even line them as a part of a run where I do like 5, 6 of these tricks in a row, so on and so forth. And they're just what's intriguing to them. Or even when you watch sports or you watch some like human performance that you're just amazed by, what we are looking at is just like, wow, the amount of strength that is there, because this person has their survival needs so met that they have the additional time to invest energy into extra things like learning how to, like, I don't need to fucking learn how to skateboard to survive, but I'm able to learn that because I have the ability to, I have the time to learn that. And honestly, dudes, I really didn't have the time to learn that. I would say that my gift, I guess, my gift in life, the thing that I always get complimented for the most, is just the amount of energy that I have. It's just like, you never get fucking tired, man. And I mean, I'm a lot older now. And when I was younger, I was way more tireless than I am now, So that you could say that's my gift. I'm able to just push myself and continue to push myself, even through stress, even through hard times. I'm able to rely on myself. I also built a lot of self belief. And I also learned that I need to love myself because I had a bad relationship with my parents and they didn't support me. So that forced me to develop self belief. So I'm very self motivated and self believing and self loving in that sense when it comes to just my relationship with myself. And I also have tireless energy. I mean, not as much now as I did when I was younger, but I also have more than compared to people my age. I have tireless energy. So I have this ability to just invest energy into things and learn a bunch of different things. Like I know how to do a lot of things, dude. I know how to skate. I know how to fucking play guitar. I know how to dance. I know how to fucking, whatever it is, all the things that I know how to do. I've learned tons of things in my time. And a lot of those things requires a lot of pain. I'm also very good at recovering. I don't really get sick. I heal from things quickly. So I have these are like the gifts, I guess, the things that I've been blessed with. And because I can do this, I'm able to learn more things. And when people are watching, or when just us in general are watching somebody performing at a high level, we're just seeing like, wow, this person had the energy, the extra leftover energy to invest themselves into these things and develop these skills. So when I was skating earlier, I was like, these guys were looking at me, not necessarily because of the tricks that I'm busting. That's not really what they're drawn to. They're just looking at me like, who the fuck is this guy that can skate and know these tricks? And he has the time to even learn this shit. This guy is somebody. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is what people are drawn to. They're drawn to strength. Women in particular are drawn to your strength. The more that you can, and then if your strength is based on yourself, the more it's based on your relationship with yourself and loving yourself and not needing anything and being able to express yourself fully and authentically without needing shit from anybody, And it's the way that you're investing the energy. Because look, listen, you could also say a homeless guy could have high self-belief, but he fucking smells and he dresses like shit and he's homeless, so on and so forth, but he has high self-belief. Why don't the girls like him, right? The reason the girls aren't attracted to him, or we're not attracted to him, is because he's not being good to himself. Because if we were homeless, we would be like, I'm not being good to myself. This is bad for me. I'm not loving myself. So it's rooted in, yes, you have strength, you have strong self-belief, but it's rooted in you loving yourself and having a healthy relationship with yourself where you're being good to yourself. So whatever it is that you like to do, whatever your style is, whatever flavor of life it is that you view the world through, which by the way, you are unique. Your perspective of this universe from behind your eyes is unique to you. Nobody sees the earth and the universe and interprets things the ways that you do. Okay, you have value, and that your unique perspective is your inherent value. As long as you're good to yourself and you do things and to love yourself because you love yourself, you're naturally going to take on behaviors that communicate to the rest of the world that you love yourself and you have a healthy relationship with yourself and you don't need shit from people. And that's going to convey strength, and that's going to be very attractive to everybody around you. They're going to be like, how is this guy so confident? Where does he get his fucking confidence from? What's up with this dude? Remember, as I was saying earlier, that when we're younger, this gets fragmented because we have to rely on our caregivers, and our core self, the part of ourself that we love the most, who is who we are underneath it all, has to yield its power over to the caregivers and perform for the caregivers to make sure that it acquires resources so it can survive. Eventually, we get over that, the core self develops, and then we start to reinvest back into ourselves and love ourselves. People can see this painted on your face. If you're walking around talking shit to people because they don't agree with you, if you're walking around dressed in all black, if you're walking around just doing weird shit where it shows that you're separating from others or even separated from yourself, you're basically a fucking homeless person because you're not being good to yourself. And that's not a sign of strength. And not only women, but nobody is going to be attracted to you other than other fucking weak people, Just like a homeless person, other homeless people are going to be like, oh, that guy's homeless like me. Let's see what's up with this guy. But you don't want that shit. You know what I mean? You don't want to attract people that are. I'll tell you this, dudes. If you're attracting a lot of people with weak frames and that can't get chicks and that are fucking losers, it's because at a core level, most likely you are not being good to yourself and you don't love yourself. And also, you don't have healthy boundaries that are even allowing yourself to build relationship with these people. I don't want to be a value seeker and try to look at people like, if this person doesn't have enough value, I won't be friends with them. I'm not saying that. I am kind to everybody that I meet the best that I can. But at the same time, if people have unhealthy relationship with themselves, it comes out in their communications. And I know, not me building a relationship with this person, they're going to be a drain on me and it's going to be unhealthy for my relationship with myself. Because listen, dudes, you have to be humble. You're only fucking human. If you surround yourself with a bunch of losers, you by default, it's going to affect you. It's either you only have so much willpower. In the beginning, you'll be like, "Yo, these guys are losers. I have to have boundaries to them." But eventually, you're going to get caught slipping. Eventually, your willpower is going to end, and you're going to allow them into your fucking frame, and it's going to destroy your relationship with yourself. Because then you're going to start to hate other people, and you're going to start to be fucking bitter, and you're going to develop a negative fucking relationship with yourself where you're not good enough, and fuck everybody else for always having demands on you, and blah 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 blah. It's essential when you love yourself. Part of loving yourself, number one, you have to figure out how that even works, what it means to love yourself, which is what I'm always talking about here, what a healthy relationship with yourself is. Number two, once you understand how, and this is something you have to reclaim, like I said from before, when you gave away all your power when you were a kid to your caregivers, you reclaim that power, understand what it means to have a healthy relationship with yourself, and you also understand what it means to have an unhealthy relationship with yourself. So you were like, okay, this is what a healthy relationship with myself is, of loving myself and all that. And then you build boundaries around that shit. Just like a river has its boundaries that allow it to stay connected to the ocean. Without those boundaries, it'll spread out and dry out. You have boundaries that keep you connected to your ocean, to your core self. So not associating with people that are not self-loving and cannot just be themselves and not connected to their strength. That is a big thing, part of having boundaries, and not even just people, but just the fucking world, just beliefs in general, anything like that. And it's not even like you're not associating with the people, you're not rejecting the people, you're rejecting the beliefs and perspectives that they carry that are causing them to have toxic relationship with themselves. Because then they're gonna spread that shit to you, dudes. Okay, let's keep going. And listen, be authentic. I'm agreeing with Mike and Tristan here, where it's like a joke to be authentic as a crutch. But when it's not a crutch, when it's the way that I'm fucking explaining it, nothing beats this. This is the absolute core. All right. You don't need all this shit that Mike's gonna go into. If you just believe in yourself and love yourself and do things that and practice, and all your decisions are based on you doing things to be good to yourself, it will trump all this shit. All this other stuff that Mike is gonna say is valid, but when you're using it to compensate for an unhealthy relationship with yourself, you're gonna be cooked. You're gonna have no boundaries essentially, and your fucking river's gonna fucking spread out, and you're gonna dry yourself out.
Regular man. If a homeless fat dude comes up to a woman and he's authentic and he goes, you know what, ma'am, you have big boobs, and I just wanted to let you know that they're beautiful. She's not going to get sexually stimulated by him.
Yeah, as I was saying, she's not gonna get sexually stimulated because the guy's not coming from a place of strength. Even if he believes in himself fully, like I said, he's not taking actions that show that he loves himself because he's fucking homeless. He's not taking care of the house. I'm gonna play this. I gotta turn the light on real quick. I'll be right back.
Him. And I don't know why I keep having to have this conversation. We literally had a guy who's, kind of in our group, he's in our friend group, and the guy's he's in a musical band. He gets a ton of attention from women who are groupies. He's a good-looking dude, and he's like, "No, what you really need to do is be authentic with women." And I'm like, it's one of these things where privilege is invisible to people who have it.
Michael, women just want to be seen.
Okay, so as he's saying there, with the good-looking guy that's a musician, okay, and he's saying just be authentic. The guy is correct. The guy is saying what I'm saying. He just doesn't understand that the reason that it works. Yeah. No, listen, man, I'm gonna go into it in this stream, but he's just basically doing what I was doing before, where he's invested all his energy into having a strong frame. So he's into the money status or the status game frame, the pre-selection frame, the social circle frame. That's all status. It's like he holds his frame above all. So he always is saying like, don't hit on women, just focus on yourself, focus on living a great life that women would want to be a part of, because it all goes back to these guys that love their game more than the fucking women themselves, where I'm saying it's great to have, social circle and all this shit, but I'm more invested in the fucking women. Yeah, damn those Aryan vibe for sure, bro. But it's because I'm operating at a level a little bit deeper than Mike. I'm a little bit, not to say that Mike isn't. Listen, Mike is fucking levels above me. Okay, I'm not trying to say that I'm better than Mike in any way, but I'm saying the angle that I'm coming at it from, I'm focusing on something more core to what's going on, where it's like actual strength. What Mike is saying is basically build up a social circle, build up a following, build up your Instagram, build up all these things where you become undeniable. Your frame is undeniable. And you don't have to defend your frame. You don't have to fucking test girls. You really don't have to do anything. You can just let your fucking frame speak for itself, and the women are going to be attracted to it. They're going to be attracted to it because they're attracted to strength in whatever form it comes. As I was saying, the musician guy that's saying just be authentic and girls will like you, he has a strong frame because he's a musician. And because he's a musician, girls that are in that scene that want to be around guys that have, so a guy that's a musician and he plays great music, he's going to have women, he's going to have crowds around him, and that's going to show evidence to these women that their music is good, and then the guy on top of that, the guy is doing what he loves, so he's being good to himself. So not only does he have people loving him for doing what he likes, but in him doing what he likes, he's being good to himself, and this self-love that he has for himself, for his passion, for what he cares about, is strong. It presents this frame of strength, and the women are not attracted to his fucking music. They're not attracted to anything about him other than it's strong and it's reinforced by his fans around him, which is basically what Mike is saying. Mike is saying, get your social circle up, get pre-selection, because then women are going to be like, what's up with this guy? He's obviously the man because all these women are around him and they like him and they're laughing with him and having a good time with him. There's something about him that he must be, he must be doing something right. And he's a man and he likes women. And because we like women and we use women to make ourselves feel good, he's using these women to make him like it's all this. Mike has this frame where he's being good to himself, and he has tons of evidence where people can see that his frame is strong. He doesn't need anybody to like him for him to like himself. He likes himself so much and loves himself so much that other people like him, and he puts himself in environments. I mean, ultimately, dudes, to get Mike's level of game, I don't think I mean, it would be great to have. Listen, Mike has a lot of great tips. I would say if you want to fucking follow Mike's game, go ahead. But if you're starting at absolute zero, okay, if you're starting at absolute zero, the way to get to Mike's level, if I was trying to get to Mike's level, what I would do is I would just put myself in situations where women are. I would have as much fun as possible with or without them. Me having fun and not giving a fuck about them. Me just being good to myself in front of them, where there are a bunch of single chicks around. Some of the chicks are going to be attracted to that. Some of the chicks are just going to be attracted to me just because I have something about me that they're attracted to, just like you guys have something that's attractive to some women out there. I'm going to attract some women just naturally when they come up to me. When they come up to me and they see that I love myself and I don't need them for shit and I do things just to feel good, they're going to get pulled into that. When they get pulled into that, I'm going to be able to take pictures of myself and post it on social media. Once I start posting it on social media, they're going to be able to see my Instagram page. They're going to see more evidence that other people also can confirm that I'm a guy that likes myself and that I don't need any of these, that I just have fun with them. They're going to see that I'm a genuinely fun guy. And that's how I would build up my social circle to do what Mike does. I, however, don't give a fuck about social media. I'm not going to be doing any of that shit. But I'm saying if I wanted to, that's how I would be doing it. And it's all going to be based around me just loving myself and doing things because they're good for me and I'm being good to myself and I'm out there having fun and enjoying being who I am. Listen, I actually all my game dudes, everything, my whole fucking life is built around me having fun. Okay? You guys are going to see Mike's entire frame as far as for picking up chicks is around being perceived a certain way and being in the right locations and just having a certain type of reputation. It's very important to him that he has a certain reputation, that people see him a certain way, so on and so forth, and blah blah blah. He's investing all his energy into his status. So his game is built around that. He's very good at it. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. My game is built around me having as much fun as fucking possible and doing what I want to do as much as I fucking want, while also connecting with people as much as I can, and bringing people into my party. But don't get it fucking twisted. Your game is going to be fucking suited for whatever it is that you're trying to do. So if you're like Mike, this is my one criticism of Mike's game. Mike's game is, from what I can tell, and I've been gaming as long as Mike has, by the way. Maybe he's got maybe like a year on me, but I've been gaming just as long as he has. So I have the technical understanding, my own technical understanding for basically the equal amount of time as he has. I've been thinking about it as long as he has. His game is basically built around him. Like I said, he's investing it all into his frame that he has of presenting status and having pre-selection and not trying and just letting his status do the talking for him. And that way he doesn't have to fucking like overtly show interest. He doesn't have to be overt with his attraction. He allows the girls to bring chicks to him because all he's doing is just like, look, I know all these chicks. I host bikini contests. I host Maxim parties. I have a strong network of famous people and hot chicks. And I built up this network, and the girls he's around, he doesn't hit on them so they can drop their guard down and just have fun with them. And it's just about feeling good with each other. And then the girls will be like, meet my friend Mike. My friend Mike is cool. He's a safe guy. I'll vouch for him. He's not a creep. And then he gets girls like that. So all his energy is invested into maintaining this frame. I am not trying to maintain any fucking frame. I don't need any of that shit because anytime that I go out, I would be interested, honestly. And I don't mean this in a challenging way. I would be interested to go out with Mike and just go one on one and see who can get more chicks, just game for game, and see who can have more fun on his own without needing like us going out by ourselves in an unfamiliar environments, right? Who, if we just went out together, who could generate more of a good time on their own, and then based on their ability to generate them having a good time by themselves, how the types of chicks that they could get. Mike is bigger than me. Mike is like 6 feet tall. Mike has, I would say, a lot more momentum in his self-belief in his frame because he built up a much bigger frame than me. So he has definitely many advantages on me, but I think I have an advantage on Mike where I don't need any of that shit. And my entire outlook is built around me having as much fun as I possibly can. His is not. His is built around him acquiring as much status as he can. And that's the fucking difference between us. So when he's making fun of people that are saying be authentic, that's why he's doing it because he doesn't give a fuck about being authentic. He gives a fuck about do you have that status or not, you know? I, on the other hand, am saying I 100% give a fuck about being authentic, but I'm also examining authentic in what way, because you're being authentic from a place of weakness. Women are not attracted to weakness. Women are attracted to strength. And the reason that we're strong is not for the women, but it's because it gives us a more powerful frame where we can feel strong within our own bodies and love ourselves in a powerful fucking way. And that's what the women are attracted to. So I can literally go out anywhere and have a good time with or without the chicks and build up a social circle anywhere you put me without ever having to worry about having to build up status. I would argue that Mike, if Mike was put into an unfamiliar environment, what he would revert to, he would start thinking about how can I build status here? How can I use my social media to build status and get people to start fucking, noticing me or whatever? I would not do that. I would fully focus on me having as much fun as I can. And then from that, as I see girls start becoming attracted to that, me understanding why they're attracted to me, and because I understand why they're attracted to me, I can fucking lock them down and pull them into my fucking fun and understand what keeps them around without me needing any I don't need any statuses at all. I've never had status fucking period. And like I've told you guys before, I've been able to get with not every girl I've ever wanted to, but every type of girl that I've wanted to, so it's like, dudes.
It's so funny, bro. It's like one of these things. Is like if you're really good,
I like these dudes though.
Or if you play in a band, or if you're a movie star, go be authentic. There's nothing wrong with that. Go.
Yeah.
Be yourself. Do those things. I'm not saying those things are right.
Yeah, but what he's saying here is, though, be authentic from a place of status. When you have status, you can be authentic because people are drawn to your frame, to your status, and they're drawn to the strength of your frame and your status. So you can just be yourself because you don't even fucking matter in the equation. What they're attracted to you is the strength of your fucking frame. I'm saying, fuck the status and fuck the frame. People are attracted to fucking me. You know what I mean? So this is where we have Mike and I are sort of at ends here a little bit, but we're essentially both saying the same thing. They're attracted to the strength, whether it be of your frame, of your status, like Mike is saying, or as I'm saying, to the strength of your love and your belief in yourself and being good to yourself.
Wrong. And by the way, I'm not even saying you can't be vulnerable. Just be vulnerable. Don't be vulnerable with women you just met.
Yeah.
Like, let them earn that vulnerability. Now, what happens that's really bad is that women want to see that and they fall for some of the scummiest humans on earth. The guys who fake cry or fake their vulnerability in order.
Okay. So when these women are falling for these scummy dudes, right? The reason they're falling for the bad boys and the toxic guys is because the guys have learned to not give a fuck about the girls. For them to feel for them to be whatever the fuck they are, So if they see the guy with the leather jacket and the motorcycle that comes in and that doesn't give a fuck and just does his own fucking thing and is in his own world, girls are attracted to that because the guy is as a standalone force. And then when they walk up to him, and they're like curious about him because they feel his strength and that he doesn't give a fuck about anybody. So they try to interact with him, and then he doesn't give a fuck about them. I mean, he interacts with them, but they get no communications from him that he needs them in any way. They're like, fuck, there's something about this guy. I don't know what it is. It's because he's centered in his own fucking energy, and that comes off as strength to the girls. And the girls, that's like fucking, that's the definition, the epitome of fucking chick crack, where it's just like, wow, this guy is so strong, you know? And then when the girls try to get into his frame, once in a while, the guy will yield to them because he's attracted to them and he wants to fuck them. And he'll be like, oh, yeah, I have emotions, baby. Anyway, back to fucking giving a fuck about myself. And the girl just gets that little fucking, that little spike of dopamine, of validation from him. And then they're just going to be chasing him from now on. As I was saying in my fucking shit yesterday, when you're the strong one, when the girl looks at you as the strong one in the interaction, the one with the strong frame, that's how you get her to chase you. As I was saying yesterday, when my source of strength comes from having a strong frame, that separates me from myself and leaves me feeling empty and is draining on me and leaves me feeling exhausted and makes me feel rejection and cover and makes me feel insecure and blah blah blah, and I'm not securely attached to myself. But don't get it twisted. Whether I do it that way, even if I'm feeling like that, as long as my fucking frame is strong, even if I'm some fucking weirdo, even if I'm a famous guy, that's frame is strong. Whatever it is, however girls feel fucking strength from you, if you never concede to them that strength, and the strength is based on you and your status or whatever it is, that's what the girls are attracted to your fucking strength in whatever form it fucking comes. That's why they fall for the fucking scummy guys, because the scummy guys don't give a fuck about them because they're selfish as fuck and they're toxic. But that selfishness to these girls, this is why they'll be like, the girls hook up with the villains when they're young and then settle for the fucking simps when they're older and ran through. It's because the villains don't give a fuck about anybody but themselves, and they're selfish, and the girls perceive that. It confuses them as strength. And at the end of the day, that's what women want. They just want strength inside of them.
Order to get the girl, or they start saying pandering things about astrology and feelings and emotional maturity and all this kind of stuff that women want to hear.
Yeah.
And then they do that, and then they fall for these guys where, a lot of my clients are just no nonsense, logical individuals who, want to tell the truth. And it's very difficult. So, I think that's part of what the issue.
Yeah, it's difficult for guys that are telling the truth because they're doing it from a frame where they want the girl to like them and they need the girl to like them for them to feel good about themselves. They don't do things that make because they're being good to themselves. They do things to get people to give them validation so they can feel good about themselves. So when guys are telling the truth, dude, if these same guys, you could take everything they're doing, but just remove their need for the girl to fucking validate them and like them, and it's going to be literally the exact same thing they're doing, but they're going to be coming from a place of strength, and the girls are going to be drawn to them now because they're coming from a place of strength. So it's what Mike is saying. It's not wrong to be like that. It's not ineffective to be like that. It's ineffective when you do it from a place of weakness and seeking validation. That's why I'm always fucking beating my drum to get the fuck out of the validation seeking loop.
Issue is, but like in doing so, whenever I say, hey, you know what? If you fall down, get back up, just be yourself and go talk to people. That's what people want to hear. And if you don't believe me, that's the theme of every movie. Every rom-com is just the normal.
Yes, but when they're saying to get up and go at it again, it's coming from a place of you didn't get the validation you wanted. It hurts because you're fucking weak. Get up and do it again, and eventually your fucking persistence will pay off and you'll get the validation that you're seeking. But it's all coming from a place where you need fucking validation. And why do you need validation? Because you don't validate yourself, because you don't do things to be good to yourself, because you're fucking empty, because you're fucking weak, because you're disconnected from your fucking self. When you're coming from that frame, everything Mike is saying is correct. When you're coming from my frame, where it's like, I do things because I fucking want to do them and I don't fucking need shit. Me doing them is enough and I don't give a fuck. I do it to make myself feel good. And everything about my communication, everything about the way that I present myself is indicative that I'm a person that does things for himself and is in touch with himself. That presents this strength that pulls people in. And that also, fuck other people for a second, me just doing things for myself allows me to generate my own energy and it allows me to feel good with myself on my own and to have as much fun as possible. And that feeds my frame that I have, where my frame is totally based around my life, is totally based around me having as much fun as I possibly can, with or without anybody. Sorry for the lag, guys.
Dorky guy, doty do. In reality, the guy was like a male model before he becomes an actor. Doty do, normal guy, go up to a girl, you're real pretty. I want to do. I was just watching Elf, and
Even the way he's saying that, bros. If you were like, "Dur, dur, 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 dur," if you're doing that, you're like, please, I don't fucking, I'm not grounded in myself. I don't believe, please like me. Even the way that he's saying it is confirming what I'm saying. No guy that is grounded in himself and believes in himself would fucking talk like that. Your tone of voice, the way that you project yourself is always a reflection. This is what Owen's thing is. Owen's big thing is about get centered in yourself and project it to the outside world. Have a booming voice, have strong body language, believe in yourself, have a self-validating frame. Everything that Owen says is coming from a place of self-fucking belief, and these are behaviors you're naturally going to take on. You don't need to be self-monitoring when you fucking believe in yourself and you do things to be good for yourself, because you're already coming from a place of strength. So your voice is naturally going to project because it's coming from a place of strength. If you're coming from a place of weakness, then you soften your voice because you don't want to be too strong and draw unnecessary attention because you're actually weak and you need other people. So you soften your voice, you soften your body language and all that shit because it communicates to people like, hey, I'm not a threat. Hey, it's okay. I'm not trying to do anything. Hey, what's up? And then it's almost like you're inviting people to like, hey, it's okay, you can be strong around me. I'm not going to try to challenge you at all because you're coming from a place of weakness because you don't want to challenge people because you're afraid of them because you're coming from a weak place. You don't want to be fucking strong with them because you're treating them as if they're weak as well. Number one. And then number two, you don't want to trigger any kind of challenging behaviors from them because you're fucking weak. Okay. When I go out, I can be fucking centered in myself and just project as much as I want. And I have no worries that people are going to challenge me. I think I've only been in like one altercation all the fucking years that I've gone out because at no point do I project in a challenging way. I just project in a, I mean, even before when I was in my validation seeking frame, I never felt the need to like fucking challenge people. I always did at least have that where I believed in my own frame without needing other people to validate it. So it was never about me like trying to challenge others. And when you're coming from a place of self strength where you're not trying to challenge anybody, it's attractive to people, bros. Like when I was skating and those dudes were watching me skate, they don't give a fuck about skating, but they were just drawn to like, wow, this guy was able to build this up. Where is this strength coming from? Who the fuck is this guy?
and in that movie is the same. I'm just watching Will Ferrell go, "Oh my God, you're pretty," and then he ends up with the girl, and I'm like, "Yo, this is such a bad example to set for men because if
Yeah,
he's not Will Ferrell starring in this movie, this is sexual harassment, and people just don't grasp it."
yeah.
The more you stay home, the less you want to leave. And the more you stay,
Attracted
the
to it.
heavier everything feels.
Yeah, I mean, actually, can you dive deeper? Because I've heard "be yourself," and I think we've debunked that a bunch of times. But I keep hearing from other uh, good-looking.
Yeah, you can be yourself if you're coming from a place of strength. If you're coming from a place where you need status or you need game or you need fucking anything to be strong, you yourself are not a standalone force, then yeah, it is bad advice. This is unfortunate because they're giving good advice, but I would say the fact that they're focusing so much on knocking down that they're not making the differentiation. Because I would say it's not good to be yourself when you're coming from a weak place and you're disconnected from yourself, then they're correct. And you're not in touch with the girl's attraction and understanding what the girl's attracted to and your own strength and all that. They're giving great advice. But in other fucking contexts, like what I've been explaining to you guys during this stream, being yourself is the strongest fucking frame. So it's unfortunate that they're saying this, without making that differentiation.
guys and female dating coaches about like being authentic.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
So the thing about being authentic is there are a few of you who can be authentic. Like, for instance, I think
of us.
if you are a badass who speaks on stage constantly and you're able to motivate other people and you have just an amazing life and there's really no like chinks in your armor, there's a few people out there who could legitimately just be themselves and get like,
Again, as you can see, Mike keeps reverting to like if you have status and you're inspiring other people and you have this following around you, then you can be yourself because the way you being yourself has generated all this status for you. I hope you guys are seeing Mike's game is built around having the status frame. If you were to remove status from it, I think Mike would argue, I don't know. I think Mike would argue that, you know what I mean? You're not going to get the results that someone with status could get. And I don't disagree. I think somebody with status, somebody that thinks just like me, like an exact version of myself, but with a bunch of status, will probably get more girls. Will probably get a bigger social circle and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter because this version of myself without the status I've still gotten plenty of girls. I've still had plenty of experience. And more importantly than anything else, I can generate my own fun and live the experience that I want with or without status. The status is completely fucking unnecessary. It becomes acquiring status, acquiring fame, acquiring money, whatever the fuck else becomes a complete fucking side mission and a thing that I get on top of all that I get to enjoy because I've taken care of this more fundamental level where I just fucking love myself and I have a good loving relationship with myself.
for instance, Dave Chappelle, because his job is to be funny and charismatic all the time, he could be truly authentic with a woman.
Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit.
Oh, if I am an overweight person who's introverted, I don't like social situations, and I'm out of shape, and I have low energy, and I'm not very innovative, and I have a pretty mindset that's a scarcity mindset. If all of a sudden one day I go to a conference, it changes my life.
Okay, so the guy he just described, that's not a guy that lives a life where he does things to be good to himself. He's fat, he's insecure, he's introverted, all this shit. All things that if he were being good to himself and he loved himself and made decisions to do things to be good to himself, he wouldn't choose to be any of those things. The reason that he does all those things, that he's made all those decisions, is because he has self-hate. And everything is a protective decision. We're like, I'm going to do this to protect myself because I hate myself and I fucking suck. And to not hurt myself, I'm going to avoid social interactions. And I don't want to go to the gym because then I'm going to fucking remind myself I'm going to end up giving up because I don't believe in myself. And then that's going to fucking knock me down another peg in my own fucking self-belief and self-love and blah, blah, blah. Those are all self-hating decisions. And people are not attracted to people that hate themselves and hate others. People are attracted to people that love themselves and do good things for themselves because that's what's best for us. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we've been given this body, we've been given this mind, we've been given this experience, and it's a gift we've been given. And if we love that, that will create the best experiences for us. And that's what people want. People want to love themselves. This is a core thing. Like I was saying before, when you're younger and your core self yields its power to the caregivers, naturally, as we grow up, our core self is always there. Our core self loves itself and appreciates itself. It wants you to have a relationship with itself. By the way, let me make this distinction as well. When the core self yields to the caregivers, all the emotions that are a part of the core self, like anger, happiness, all the emotions, the entire fucking spectrum, okay? They become separated from the core self and they serve themselves. And each of them have different needs and they go to these caregivers to get their needs met. Once the core self begins to resurface, it has to fucking pull back in all these fucking energies, all these emotions, whatever you want to fucking call them, all these different parts of itself that have gotten spread out. They're no longer existing to serve the core self. They're serving to serve themselves. They've become rogue. So when the core self reemerges, it's important that we pull them back in and we re-fucking program them. We actually starve them out. The way that you do it is you starve them out and you don't listen to what the fuck the individual parts need. You only fucking give them your energy when they act in service to the core self. and all the emotions have to connect with each other. And when they connect with each other, it's all in reverence to the core self. You have to learn in the beginning to learn to not listen to your anger and just be angry just to be angry because it feels good to be angry and not serve your anger. That anger should serve your core self. And the way that your core self is served is through self love. And the way that you do self love is by doing things that somebody that loves themselves would do. They would do things that are good for them and make them better, make them feel stronger, and connect them more with themselves, and allows the core self to connect into more things and expand outwardly and shine brighter and all these things. It's like, this is fucking huge, dude. So this person that's this fat, insecure, introverted guy that Mike was describing, he's so fucking fragmented. Yeah, 100%, dude. Every single fucking emotion should yield to the core self. But implied task, you have to just get in touch with your core self to begin with, you know? And the thing is, you naturally can be in touch with your core self. The only thing that's not allowing you to do that is if you're suffering through fragmentation, when your core self got fucking exiled or fragmented, when you were younger and you learned that other people give you validation. This is why you have to return to the self, stop serving these validation seeking behaviors so you can reconnect with your core self and everything will begin to validate the core self. Like you have to starve this shit out, dude. It's a crazy process. You guys will see. You guys will see when I make that community post. Hypnotica. I haven't watched Hypnotica in a while. Him and Steve P, the renegade hypnotist or whatever the fuck they call themselves. I haven't watched this shit in a while. I always, you know, Hypnotica has a strong frame. I will say that's the thing about him, where a lot of these guru guys they have a very strong frame. So it's, I honestly don't remember what Hypnotica would say. I will say when you're looking at Hypnotica or any of these pickup guys, pay attention if everything they're saying is centered around you have to build up this frame and this belief, and this belief is going to give you access to women. If you believe what I believe, it's going to give you access to women. What they're basically saying is like, if you have the frame that I have, if you have this frame, through this frame you can convey strength, because the way that I convey strength is through my game and through my frame. And if they're saying shit like that, like basically what Mike has been saying this whole time, right? You have to have status for women that like you. Build up your status, because your status is how you're going to convey strength to the world. Then women will like you. If they're saying shit like that, that's going to separate you from your core self. If he's saying shit like, I know he's not. I 100% fucking know that he's not, because nobody's saying the shit that I'm saying, dudes. I fucking swear to you, I have yet to see a guy that's saying the shit that I'm saying, where I'm saying you don't need any of this game. All you need to do is fucking invest all your energy, all your fucking trying to build your game up, and all these things about trying to get stronger and get more connected to build this fucking tool that allows you to convey your strength. All that energy reinvested just into yourself and having a loving relationship with yourself. You don't need any of this shit. If you like this shit, you can do it. If you like a little routine and you think it's funny, you can use it and shit like that, but you don't fucking need it. The way that you're going to convey strength is when you don't give a fuck and don't need fucking shit and you're just good to yourself, and that's enough, you know?
Life. I surround myself with people who are better, who are higher achievers than me. It causes me to go to the gym every day. And then from there, my health, my endocrine system improves. Maybe I get on TRT and I start working on building a new business. And in building the business, I start to welcome new challenges, bring new people in my life. I start to have a new group of friends who are very challenging. I'm not being authentic. I don't know why people don't grasp this.
That's fucking crazy what he just said there, dudes. That's fucking insane what he just said there. So if you're surrounding yourself with high level people, if you're going to the gym, if you're eating well, if you're making money, all these things, if you're coming from a place where you do it because you're being good to yourself, because you fucking love yourself, you 100% are being fucking authentic. However, if you in actuality don't respect yourself, and you do these things to compensate for the fact that you think you're not enough, then yes, you're not being authentic, because deep down inside, you actually don't think you're shit. And you're like, I ain't shit without this money, without this body, without these friends, without these girls around me. I ain't fucking shit. I need these things. Without them, I'm nothing. Then yes, you're not being authentic. And that's what he's arguing right now. That's what he's fucking arguing. I'm also saying do those things as well, but I'm saying don't do them for the status. Don't do them for what you get out of it. Do it because it's things that you're doing to be good to yourself. Just like when I fucking eat, I eat because I know I need to eat food to survive. It's a self-loving fucking behavior. If I'm fucking if I'm doing something that I like to do because it makes me feel good, that's a self-loving behavior because I'm doing stuff that makes me feel good, not because I acquire status, not because I hate myself and I need it to feel strong and blah 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 blah. Even this frame that I'm communicating now, where I'm saying, okay, do all these things, love yourself, be good to yourself, blah, blah, blah. In a way, you could argue that that's just my frame that I'm saying, and somebody that doesn't love themselves and hates themselves could just adopt my frame and they could use it as a tool to convey strength. I'm not fucking saying that at all. I'm saying actually fucking love yourself. Actually do it because you love yourself. If you find yourself listening to what I'm saying and being like, oh, this is the new technique I can use to convey strength that'll get me chicks and blah blah blah. I would say fucking don't listen to anything I'm fucking saying and go be on your own and start fucking just building a relationship with yourself. And the way that you're gonna do that is for you to recognize that the reason you don't have a healthy relationship with yourself is because you've been fragmented and pulled apart from when you were younger, where you learned that I need to act certain ways to receive fucking resources from my caregivers. You need to pull that back and be like, okay, I don't need my caregivers anymore. I can fucking take care of my own now. Let me fucking stop seeking validation and validate myself. And the first thing you need to do is stop feeding those validation seeking behaviors. You need to recognize and be like, fuck, all my shit, everything, anytime I hear somebody like say, like, do this and you'll get chicks, or do this and people will like you. And I fucking completely just run to that, thinking that it's gonna fix me. If you feel this need to fix yourself, it's because you're in validation seeking behaviors. You need to be like, I need to stop looking at things as like they're gonna fix me. You need to stop looking at things like I need these things to fix me or nobody will like me. Once you can recognize that you're doing things because you're trying to fix yourself, you can pull back, you can fucking stop feeding those fucking energies. And then you have to fucking fucking frame that and be like, I'm gonna do things because they're good for me, because I love myself, and it's to create the experience that I want, because that'll be me creating the experience that I want out of love for myself. And the moment that, and even if nobody likes you, even if people think you're weird, fuck what anybody else thinks. Just do it because you fucking like it and it makes you feel good. And it's an act of self love because it's good for fucking you. Okay. If you're going to stop eating junk food, don't eat it because you hate yourself for being fat. Stop eating junk food because eating healthy food is you being good to yourself. It gives you good fucking energy. Okay. Like everything should be based around you doing things to be good to yourself because you love yourself. That's it, dudes. That's it. Until you can embody that and truly fucking be like, I'm not fixing myself anymore. I'm being good to myself. I'm not fixing myself anymore. I'm being good to myself. It's going to fix the relationship with yourself. And also, you need to recognize that there's nothing wrong with you. There's no need to fix anything about you. Your core fucking self is perfect as it is. What you actually need to fix is not your core self, it's your relationship with yourself. And once you can fix your relationship with yourself, like I said, this is how you do it. Quit fucking looking at yourself as not enough. So you look for things to fix yourself. Switch that to I am enough. And I'm looking and I'm doing things to be good to myself. And also as ways to fucking push myself out into the world and connect with more as much as I can to extend myself outwardly. So now you can go to the gym. Now you can try to make money. Now you can try to gain status. But you're doing it from a place not to fix yourself, to be good to yourself and to extend yourself out into the world and grow yourself in that sense. But your core self never needs to be fixed. You're just expanding it more out into the world. I mean, it's not really that it is crazy to get fucking like wrapped. You see how subtle the differences are because they're the exact same behaviors. They're just coming from a different frame. So I hope you guys are seeing what my problem with what Mike is saying here, because Mike is coming from this frame where like, you're not enough. You need to have status. And once you have status, then you're enough. And I'm saying like, no, you're enough with or without the fucking status. And you're going to fucking draw people to you because you don't give a fuck. You don't need fucking shit. You just make yourself feel good because you fucking love yourself. And you can't do that if you're coming from Mike's angle of, I need status to get fucking what I want out of life.
I would say this is with anything.
With anything.
Getting
If I am out of shape and I don't want to go to the gym and something happens, like maybe I have a family member who ends up with diabetes or a heart attack, and it scares me into going to the gym, I'm not being authentic. I'm not being myself.
You are, because if it scares you into going to the gym because somebody got sick, you realize that your behaviors are not you being good to yourself, it's you harming yourself, and it wakes you up and you're like, oh fuck, I have to stop being bad to myself. I have to admit to myself and be honest with myself that I'm harming myself, and I need to start being good to myself and eating healthy and going to the gym so I won't fucking kill myself. And I need to start being good to myself. That's the switch. He literally just said what the fuck I've just been saying. Quit being fucking bad to yourself. Quit looking at yourself in a negative way and start looking at yourself in a positive way. That's what it means to be authentic, to actually fucking love yourself, dudes. I mean, you can also be authentic, but if your authenticity is rooted in you hating yourself and you think you're not good enough, then that authenticity will serve you because it will fucking shine a light that you actually fucking hate yourself. And that's not you have a bad relationship with yourself, you know, and that's what you need to fix.
You're basically what I'm saying is they're trying to say just be yourself, and I'm just trying to say there's that life is this ladder, and you're climbing the ladder every day. And as long as you're climbing the ladder, that's fine. But climbing the ladder, once you get to the top of the ladder, no girl looks and says, "Man, that was a long ladder you just climbed." They just see the Lambo. They just see the biceps. They just see the.
No, they just see see, he's wrapped up in status, dude. They just see that you love yourself. They just see that you don't give a fuck and you don't need shit from anybody. And no matter what anybody does, nobody can affect your ability to be fucking good to yourself and love yourself. This isn't to say that you're disconnected because there are going to be people that don't like you. Honestly, dudes, when you love yourself and you have a good relationship with yourself, people that hate themselves are going to be threatened by you and they're not going to like you. You know what I mean? That one time I got into an altercation. I almost got into a fight. The one time that happened, I'll tell you guys what happened. It actually connects to this. So I was out dancing. At this place here. I'll type it in the chat, in Madrid, Spain. It's called Amor Voodoo. It's in Lavapiés in fucking Madrid, Spain. You guys can look it up if you want, man. So that's actually where I really learned how to dance, man. That's where fucking this version of me of fucking dancing and partying was fucking really born, in that fucking voodoo love place, you know? So I was there, and that place is crazy because it's like this narrow fucking, it's like almost kind of like a little bit of a wide hallway, and it's very narrow like that. It's maybe fucking, dude, maybe from end to end, it's maybe like fucking 30 feet. So it's not that long. It's maybe 15 by 30. You know what I mean? So it's very small. And you'll go in there and it'll be fucking like standing room, rubbing elbows with people only. And they'll be blasting music in there and everybody will be dancing. And you're like fucking dancing in a fucking telephone booth the entire time that you're in there. You know what I mean? It's fucking insane. So I would go there every fucking week. Like I was dancing there for fucking like almost a year. So when I was going there was this one time I went there, and there was, all right, so it's actually a time before that. So I went there this one time, before the altercation happened, the week before the altercation happened. So I got, the week before the altercation happened, I went in there and I started fucking dancing, you know what I mean? And I'm dancing by myself, I'm there by myself, I'm having fun by myself, blah, blah, blah. I'm being good to myself, blah, blah, blah. So I'm in there dancing, having a blast. And typically what happens is when I go out and I dance, I fucking have so much fun by myself that it draws a lot of attention to me. Like, who the fuck is this dude? That's just like, I know it is you know, when fucking people are looking at you, you know what I mean? And people fucking look at me all the time. If I'm skating, if I'm walking around with my shirt off because of all my tattoos, or if I'm fucking out dancing and fucking, I'm the fucking craziest dude in there, not giving a fuck. Like you can just tell when you can feel people looking at you. Okay. So I'm out fucking, you know, dancing, not giving a fuck. People are looking at me as is typically the case. And while I'm doing this, you know, girls are dancing around, people are dancing around me, blah, blah, blah. I'm like not even giving a fuck about people looking at me, just having a good time. And then this gay dude this fucking gay dude starts like fucking looking at me, and he starts trying to come like dance with me and rub on me. And I look at him, I'm like, what the fuck? And I get away from him like this, you know. I think I might have even had a little bit of a look of anger on my face, you know. So I just, I'm like, what the fuck is this fucking gay dude trying to fucking touch me and dance with me? You know what I mean? And I back up from him like this, and he starts to walk toward me. Like, it's one of these fucking aggressive gay dudes that fucking piss me off, dude. Luckily, I've never punched one of these dudes in the face, man, but they fucking get me so angry because they don't care that you're not gay, and they try to like force themselves on you. You know what I mean? So he's one of these creepy gay dudes. Okay, so I'm fucking backing away from him like this, looking at him kind of pissed off. Like, get the fuck away from me. You know, like it's fine that he's gay, but get the fuck away from me. I'm not fucking gay. I'm starting to back away from him, and then all the girls that are around me, they see this and they have like they build a little fucking circle around me and they block the gay dude off, you know, and all the and like I'm like, oh shit, I'm like in the center of a circle of girls now, and they're all like kind of dancing around me, looking at me, and I'm like kind of like, you know, dancing with them a little bit. The gay dude sees this and then he fucking fucks off, you know, and as soon as he leaves, the fucking circle scatters, and I'm like, wow, that was crazy, and all the girls did it at the same time. It was like so synchronous. It was a trip to see, you know. It was crazy how the girls just all fucking collapsed on me like that. Okay, so this happens to me. I end up dancing the rest of the night, whatever. The next week, okay, and I remember I'm thinking about this during the week. I'm like, wow, that was nuts. So the next week I go out. I go out the next week, and there's this drunk guy there, okay? So there's this drunk, like fucking Arab guy there. So there's this drunk fucking Arab guy there at Amor Voodoo. This is the next week now. I'm dancing, I'm doing my fucking thing, whatever. And there are these girls dancing next to me, this group of like 4 chicks dancing next to me, and they're kind of trying to like get my attention and dance with me, blah blah blah. I'm not really paying them attention because I'm so focused on just having fun on my own. And then this dude's fucking hammered, and he starts trying to talk to one of the girls because he's not dancing. You know what I mean? Like most guys don't dance. Most guys just kind of like stand in front of the girl and dance a little bit, and then they try to grab them and fucking feel them up, and like they're fucking creeps. You know, like they're very fucking they're just gross. You know. So he was doing that shit. So he tries to walk up to the girls. He dances with them. The girl's like, oh, some guy that'll dance with me, you know, because she's been trying to dance with me. I haven't really been paying attention to her. This guy walks up and tries to dance with her now. And she's like, oh, yeah, somebody to dance. She starts dancing with him a little bit. He dances with her for like fucking 5 seconds. Then he starts trying to touch her. And she's like, no, 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 no touching, no touching, you know. And then she like turns his back to him. She's like, oh, never mind. I don't want to dance with you. That you creep me out. And then he just stands there staring at the girl. Okay. And I'm seeing this out of my fucking peripheral. I'm like, damn, this guy, that's probably the one thing I hate the most is creepy dudes. I fucking hate fucking creepy dudes. So this dude's being super fucking creepy, right? Because he's just standing there super drunk. He's a big dude too. He's probably like 6'3", 6'4", like 200 pounds. You know, he's a big fucking guy. And he's just kind of standing there fucking staring at the girl, and the girl's got his back to him, and the group of girls are dancing now, and he's just standing there fucking staring at them, you know, waiting for them, I guess, to turn around and start fucking paying attention to him, you know. He stands there for about probably like 2.5, 3 fucking minutes, just standing there fucking staring at them. And like I said, this place is super fucking crowded, so the girls can't just like get away from him, you know, like they're sort of trapped where they are. So I noticed this, right? I noticed this, and then I remember what happened to me the week before, and I was like, oh, this is my opportunity to pay it back. When the girls came and saved me from fucking getting in a fight with that gay dude, I'm gonna start dancing with these chicks and start getting them to dance me, and I'm gonna block the dude. You know, I'm gonna get in between him and the girls, and eventually he's gonna fuck off. You know, so I do that. I go, I start dancing with the girls. I block the dude off. The guy gets the idea, and he fucking fucks off. You know, fast forward like about 30 fucking minutes later. 30 minutes later, he and his friends are fucking leaving now. And I see them leaving, so I'm like, oh yeah, I see them. I keep dancing. I have my back to them, and as they're walking by, one of the fucking dudes smacks me in the back of the head. One of his friends, you know. And then I turn around and I fucking push. I thought it was the tall guy at first because I didn't see who smacked me in the back of the head. So I pushed the fucking tall dude because I'm like, oh, this dude's mad because I fucking blocked him earlier, you know, because he was being a fucking creep. And then it ends up being his buddy. The whole fucking like the whole venue like starts turning around and seeing that this fucking altercation is happening. Some other guy jumps in and holds me back, and they're trying to separate everybody, and it's like super fucking compact. Eventually they get all these dudes out, and you know, the rest of the night goes on. But this goes back to my original point where I'm saying sometimes when you go out, you just having a good time, people are just not gonna like you, dude. You know, like that. His buddy that fucking hit me in the back of the head. He just got mad because I mean, I get it. He got mad because I blocked the dude. But as he was walking out, I was having a good time, and he was just mad at me for fucking just being a guy that was having a good time and blocked his friend that was being fucking lame as fuck. You know, so it's not inevitable. Sometimes when you're having a fucking good time, people are not gonna like you just because you like yourself. But I mean, it comes with the territory, dudes. I forgot why the fuck I started telling this story. Hold on, let me fucking rewind this a little bit so I can remember.
Say there's life is this ladder, and you're climbing the ladder every day. And as long as you're climbing the ladder, that's fine. But climbing the ladder, once you get to the top of the ladder, no girl looks and says, "Man, that was a long ladder you just climbed." They just see the Lambo. They just see the biceps. They just see the jewelry. They just
Okay, I think I was telling that story to say that your status doesn't matter, and the girls are just gonna see that stuff. I don't know, dude. I honestly don't remember why the fuck I started telling you. But my point being, sometimes people are not gonna like you because you fucking are having fun and love yourself, and you just need to be fucking ready for that. And just to respond to what Mike is saying, yeah, the girls are just gonna see that, but what the girls are actually gonna see is that you are this guy that's built up this self-love that most people don't have for themselves. They're gonna see that you have a good relationship with yourself, and the decisions that you make are based on you making yourself feel good. And then when they test you, because inevitably they're going to test you, they're going to see that they're not going to be able to break your frame. You're not going to start chasing them because you don't need them to feel good at all. You're going to make fun of them even because you're just going to take that as an opportunity to make yourself feel good and laugh. And that's what's going to ultimately win them fucking over, because they're going to feel that strength in the frame. I would argue there is no stronger frame to have where it's the strength where you just fucking love yourself and you don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, that's the core. You can still, again, don't get this twisted. I'm not saying you can't love other people and you can't get joy from other people liking you. You can't get joy from things outside of yourself, but you get joy in all those things after you get joy from just loving yourself. And you don't need those things. Those things are just the sizzle on the steak.
just see the YouTube following. That's all they see. They just hear the charisma. Initially, yeah. That's just what they see. And they don't, but none of those things, because those things sucked and they hurt. Dude,
yeah, again, more evidence of when they see your big following and you have all this cool shit, they just see the momentum that you've built. They just see the strength, bros. This just goes back to what I'm saying. Women are just attracted to strength. And Sartain is basically saying, build the strong frame and you'll attract the chicks. And I'm saying, just actually build actual strength in loving yourself and in yourself and your relationship with yourself. Build a strong relationship with yourself. And the girls are going to see that when they interact with you. And they're not going to need to see that you have a big following, that you have a bunch of pre-selection or any of this other shit. They're just going to fucking feel it off you via the way that you fucking relate with things around you, because you have a strong relationship with yourself. And when they can feel that you have a strong relationship with yourself, that strength of the strong relationship with yourself, that's what they're going to be attracted to. They're going to be attracted to your vibe. I hate when dudes say, like, don't listen to chicks when they tell you what they like. They're actually telling you exactly what they like. And I would say the number one thing that girls say that they like more than anything is, like, we have a good vibe. He had a good vibe. There's something about him and his vibe. This is the vibe that they're talking about. That strong vibe, that vibe they get attracted to is the vibe of you having a strong relationship with yourself. And then everything that you do communicates that. There's no way you could be homeless and unhygienic and a fucking loser and weird and introverted and fucking live in your mom's basement if you fucking had a strong relationship with yourself coming from a place of fucking self-love, because none of those things I just listed are good for you. The good shit for you is to get a good job, to make a bunch of money, to go out and meet people and have fun and enjoy yourself, because you have a good relationship with yourself. And that's what they're, bar none, before anything, that's what they're going to be attracted to the most, that you have a strong relationship with yourself in a loving way. Status or no status, you don't need it.
Going through survival school. Anybody out here who's in the military, you have top secret clearance. You guys went to one of the 4 survival schools. It sucked.
He's talking about SEER, survive, evade. Resist and Escape, I believe is the name of the school. Survive. It's SEER school. I went to Ranger school. I didn't pass. I went to Ranger school, dudes. I went to Ranger school probably like 10 fucking times. I've fucking been through the ringer with Ranger school. And honestly, even though I didn't pass Ranger school, the amount of times that I went to Ranger school, and by the way, just so you know, Ranger school is kind of like we used to call it RI roulette, where it really depends on your grader, bros. Like I would get obviously in the beginning when I started getting graded for Ranger School, I wasn't that locked in, so I would make fucking mistakes and I would fail. But toward the end, when I had my eighth, ninth, 10th fucking time going through, I knew everything fucking to the T. And sometimes, bros, like it really is RI roulette, you know? It also depends on your rank and all this other shit. It's like I also sometimes got peered. I don't know, like there are always all these other factors. So I mean, I will admit maybe I really wasn't good enough, and this is all cope. But I honestly don't believe that. I honestly believe that I was good enough to pass Ranger School, but I just had a bad luck of the draw, you know. But the point being that when I went there, I did it. I got sleep deprived. I got food deprived. I got stressed. 23 hours. I think the longest I stayed awake was for 4 days, 3 nights. Like, I mean, I really got fucking taxed to the fucking max with Ranger School. So I've been through crazy shit. And then I went to selection. I made it through all selection. I finished in the top fucking 10% of fucking everything, or I finished in the top 20 of everything out of a class of like 200. So that would be the top 10%, you know? So I finished in the top 20 of everything. And I ended up getting peered out at the end. So I passed all the events. I passed the trek, which is a 26-mile road march under 70 pounds of weight with a fucking ankle the size of a grapefruit. My ankle was completely fucking swollen. I did the last day of team week with my ankle fucking completely swollen. So I really pushed myself to the fucking max. And then at the end of it, I got peered out. Like from team week, the teams that I was with, I wasn't very social at the time. I must have come off kind of weird, and I got too many fucking downvotes and I got peered out and I didn't get selected, you know? So, but I have been through the same shit as Mike has, you know? I've been on 2 combat deployments. I don't know what Mike's been through. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to compare like who's more of a badass or whatever, but I'm saying I'm on the same level as Mike, you know? Most people wouldn't be able to go to Ranger School as much as I did. Most people wouldn't be able to finish in the top 10% of SF selection. Like, I mean, I really fucking did super well and excelled in the fucking military. So when Mike says this, I'm on Mike's level as well. So anything I say about what he's saying, I'm not saying it from a place of, you know, trying to prove that I'm better than him or whatever. I'm his equal is all that I'm saying. So, but let me see what he says here.
It was terrible. At no point was you guys went to one of the 4 survival schools. You know it sucked. It was terrible. At no point was I authentic. I wanted to escape. It sucked. But afterwards,
No, I completely fucking disagree. When I was going through all that crazy shit in the military, I was being authentic. It sucked, but I was being authentic because us as men, we want to challenge ourselves. So we draw our strength from challenging ourselves and overcoming those challenges, you know? Or sometimes we fail, you know, sometimes we fail, we lose. I think Jordan said, like, to win, you have to lose. Like, and that builds character. That is correct. Like, we need to do these things, and that is being authentic because it sucked to go to Ranger School. Believe me, I didn't want to go and fucking not eat and not sleep. But at my core self, I wanted to go to challenge myself. When I went to selection, I wanted to go to challenge myself. When I won like the best PT guy in the whole company, all the training I did for that, I did that. It sucked, but I did it because I wanted to challenge myself. And that was being good to myself because I love myself and I want to make myself as physically strong as I can. Again, Mike is wrapped up. Mike is wrapped up in the fucking status game, where I agree. When it comes to status, you don't want to suffer. You don't want to create this environment that's fucking taxing you all the time. But if you're coming from a place of self-love and wanting to feel as strong as you can and express your gifts and being good to yourself and blah, 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 then it does make sense. Again, I revert to it again. Nothing will be more attractive to the girl. You do not need anything other than a strong relationship with yourself. The girl will be amazed by you, how fucking strong your relationship with yourself is, and how you do not need her because your strength comes from your relationship with yourself. That's what you need to be focusing on, not on what Mike is saying. What Mike is saying is fine. I'm not saying don't build these things, but you do not need these things. And you build these things on top or as an extension of your relationship of being good to yourself because you love yourself.
Was different. So whoever I was before survival school is different from who I was after survival school, right? Mm-hmm. Whoever I was before I joined the military is different from whoever I was after. So what is authentic? What is being myself? The whole time I was improving. And then so the problem is here's where the ultimate confusion comes from.
Okay, so he was improving or strengthening the vessel that he has. You know, he was getting stronger in his body. He was strengthening his mind or whatever. But the whole time, his core self remain unchanged. Like the consciousness behind your eyes, that doesn't improve. That remains the same. Your relationship with that consciousness behind your eyes, that never changes. And everything you do becomes an opportunity for that thing, that core self inside you to express itself outside of itself and connect with this world. That's why we're in, what's the purpose of life? What's the purpose of being here? That's what it is, boys, to connect with this plane of existence. So the more you can connect with it, the more you can dominate it and become one with it. Like, and the only reason we dominate it is so it doesn't dominate us. So we have a strong relationship with it. There's even a saying, to command nature, you must obey it. It's true. You don't even really dominate it. You just put yourself in a position where it doesn't crush you, and you're strong enough to face it and you can understand it. But your core self behind that is never in question. You can always love yourself. You're always going to be good enough, and you can still go out and try to be physically stronger and mentally stronger and blah, blah, blah. But these are all things you do as an extension of your relationship with yourself, dudes. It's driving me nuts what Mike is fucking saying right now. Like, it's fucking nuts. It's a trap, what he's saying. He's basically saying, you're not good enough, so you need to fucking do things to be better, to fix yourself, because you're not good enough as you are. And I'm saying, like, no, you are good enough as you are. And if you're thinking that you need to fix yourself to be good enough, you're cooked already, because the moment any of your status gets taken away or your game is off or whatever, it's going to bring back up this insecurity, and it's going to it's going to exhaust you basically to always have to be constantly fucking maintaining this shit, because you're going to be scared that if you lose it, your core self is not good enough, and you're going to have to refix it again and start all fucking over, you know? You shouldn't feel like that. You should feel like whether you have status or not, whether you have whatever the fuck or not, your relationship with yourself will always stay strong. You will always make the right decisions to be good to yourself, and you're always going to come out ahead because you're always going to fucking love yourself. You're always going to be good enough no matter fucking what.
Said this before. I don't care who this offends. It's true. For women, sex is organic. For men, sex is strategic. Let me say that again. If anybody wants to debate me on this, I'll just embarrass you. For women, sex is organic. For men, sex is strategic. If in your whole life, sex has been organic for you because you've never had to work to get it, i.e. being an attractive woman, then you can believe in things. You can believe in this privilege of just being yourself, because a woman can be herself and be really attractive and be like, man, everyone's so nice to me.
Okay, so what Mike is saying by being yourself, he's associating it with doing nothing. You can just exist. And just existing and you're a hot chick, you get fucking sex, you know? But at the same time, women are built for fucking reproduction. So for them to get sex, they literally have the tools to get sex from just existing. And then when he's saying that men have to be strategic, I guess in a sense, I do agree with him. You cannot just exist. It really does depend how you exist. However, it does also matter for women when it goes beyond sex, when it goes to like us wanting to keep them around, them just existing is not enough, you know, because you're going to bang them, you're going to get tired of them. And if she's just a drain on you and she's always constantly needing validation from you, you're going to have to get rid of her. To that, I will fucking contend, though, that women are going to mold themselves to you. So if you build this relationship built around just feeling good with each other, having a good relationship with yourselves, not needing anything from each other, she's going to be like, oh, that's what he likes. And you know, because you're strong in that and you have this strength and she's attracted to that in you, she's going to start to adjust herself to you and try to also be like, I need to be strong within myself. You're going to elevate her in your own strength. You know what I mean? Your strength and your own relationship with yourself is going to force her to then match you on that same level and improve herself as well so she can be with you. And if she can't, then it's because either she's selfish and she's just fucking using you, or because she's just too insecure and you're too high of a level for her and she still needs to learn that lesson. And you don't need to be teaching women anything, by the way. I'm not saying you can't guide them, you can't show them things and blah, 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 because I mean, everybody can learn something from everybody else. But when you need to be that thing for them, that's when you got to cut them off. You got to have a boundary for that. You cannot be things for people. You cannot, and if people don't like you, or if they fall out of fucking attraction with you, or like I said earlier, sometimes people get threatened by you having a good relationship with yourself. People that have a bad relationship with themselves, they get threatened by somebody like you that has a good relationship with themselves, because then it kind of like calls them out in their own mind where they're like, oh shit, you know? It's kind of like why ugly chicks pretty shame hot girls, or fat people hate on fucking fit people. It's like all these haters and everything. That's where that comes from. Like, they have a bad relationship with themselves. They treat themselves horribly. So when they see people doing well and treating themselves well and happy in their own lives, they get threatened by that and they start to attack it. They start to project as a form of insecurity. So if you get girls doing that to you, you got to cut them off. You got to get away from that. So they also have to, they can also just be, but at a certain point, they're going to have to meet you on your level once they just like, this is what it's going to basically be like, dudes. So she's just going to be, right? She's just going to be, she's hot. So you're going to want to have sex with her. Okay, fair enough. But you're just going to be strong and she's just going to want be attracted to you and want to have sex with you just because you're strong. You know, like it's equal on the same way. You can just exist, but what you first must do is fix your relationship with yourself. I guess in that sense, it is kind of strategic with what Mike is saying. You do have to strategic in the sense that you have to have an awareness of how you're having a healthy relationship with yourself fucking works, and have awareness of if you start having unhealthy ways of relating with yourself, having boundaries to that. And you do have to be strategic in maintaining that, but you do it for yourself, you know, and you do it for your own experience. But once you're able to do that, then you will have a strong fucking sense of self and a strong energy, a strong vibe, and you can just exist in that strength. And then just like the girl can just exist in her hotness, you guys are just going to naturally draw each other to each other, and you're just going to fuck in a sense passively. However, I just want to add, not every girl, no matter how fucking strong you are. I mean, I honestly believe if you have a strong frame, every girl will be attracted to you, you know, except for maybe like the hater girls that are threatened by your strength. But I think even them, honestly, they're all going to be attracted to your strength, but not all girls are going to like you. And some girls are going to, because some girls won't like you, it's going to be more work trying to keep them on the fucking leash and trying to bang them. I would just focus on girls that aren't toxic to me and fucking hating on me. And I would just fucking focus on girls that like me and add shit to my life and they meet me on my fucking level. But I mean, I think literally every fucking chick will be attracted to you, or will at least at the bare minimum will be intrigued by you or drawn to you in some way, because all women are drawn to fucking strength. Maybe not a masculine woman, maybe not them, but I mean, any feminine woman will be attracted to your fucking strength. In my estimation, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I think like there's some gorgeous blonde with green eyes is like, everyone's so nice to me because I have great energy and they all just want to be friends with me. I get all these opportunities because I'm just a great person. And it's just, no, it's like, again, privilege is invisible to those who have it. Water is invisible to the fish who swims in it. Like, privilege is invisible to her. So from her standpoint, being organic works, because being organic does work for a beautiful woman. For a guy who's a Chad, it's the same thing.
I mean, it works for her to a certain point, you know? Like I'm saying, if she's beautiful, but she has a horrible relationship with herself and she sucks, you know, and she's insecure and shit, dudes are going to be dumping her, are just going to be fucking and chucking her, you know? So sort of. I sort of agree with Mike.
It's like what women really want is for you to be authentic with them and just actually see them and just get down to their deepest character. I'm like, no, for you, that's what happens. And by the way, for me, let me say this.
But it's
If I
true.
have a girl who I know is very attracted to me, let's just say we spend 2 weeks together.
Yeah, women do want you to relate with them though. Like this is where the shit that Mike says where it trips me out. But the reason he's saying this shit is because he can't allow himself to engage with this because he has to hold his frame, like I was saying in my stream last night. Everything I was doing was to prize my frame above all. So Mike has to fucking like shit on all this and fucking laugh at this shit because he has to hold his frame above fucking everything because his frame is what's getting him chicks. I'm saying drop frame, like drop all that shit and just focus on, you guys know, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. I will say that, what was he just saying? He was saying that, oh, that the girl's saying that I can just be myself and people want to connect with me and this is what girls want. I think it's great to connect with a girl, you know? I think it's great to connect with a girl and learn about her and be curious about her because the whole point of being with the girl is to feel good with her. So, you know, connecting with her on the deepest level and feeling like a single fucking energy, that feels fucking incredible. The only thing I would say is when people are doing it from a place of weakness, from a weak relationship with themselves, and they need to relate with the girl to feel some kind of wholeness through the girl, you know, that's when it becomes toxic. The girl is saying this because women naturally, in my experience, at least feminine women, they want to connect with people. They want to have a loving, nurturing relationship with others. Actually, women are very good at for helping you with your relationship with yourself as well, because once you have a good relationship with yourself, then you start having relationships with them, at least in my experience. They're going to they're going to enjoy learning about you and being open with you and just being in this energy of having a good relationship with yourself and with her and with each other and the energy you're creating and just being good to each other and kind to each other and nice to each other. Women are really good at showing or at becoming an extension of that energy. They'll actually will make you a better man. So I disagree with Mike, but in that's lame or whatever. But the reason that this girl is saying this is because since everybody wants to bang her, she doesn't have to worry about all this status shit, and she can just worry about her relationship with herself and with other people, which is what I'm saying we should be doing. We should be taking on that same frame because that is the best frame. It's interesting to see too, like the frame that girls take when all their validation is handled and they just reset to what I've been saying this entire time. And the reason that we can't reset to that is because we get caught in this validation fucking quest, you know? Once you drop the validation quest and you just get validation from yourself, you're going to adopt a similar frame to the girl, you know? You're going to the people you're with, you're going to want to relate with them. You're going to want to get to know them. You're not going to see them as competition. Like, it makes total sense. I don't know why Mike is so against it. Well, he's against it because he's, you know, putting his frame above all.
Together on vacation, just we're very intimate, very close, very sexually attracted to each other the whole time, and it's just like there's no friction whatsoever. We're super attracted to each other. In that case, because I know she's super attracted to me, then I can kind of just be myself.
Yeah,
I can be authentic.
Yes. Okay. Mike and I finally agree here. When she's attracted to you, I can finally be myself. But that's the thing about it, dudes. What I'm saying is when you can just be yourself, she's going to be attracted to the strength behind that. When you can just be yourself and not need shit from her. And then you don't have to lie. You don't have to come up with this big fucking and talk this big game in the beginning. And then once you guys start getting it along, you drop it. You know, you can drop your game from the fucking beginning and be authentic from the fucking beginning. And if the girl doesn't like you, then fuck her. You know what I mean? Not you know, like get the fuck away from her. You know, like you don't fucking need her to feel good about yourself. And once you understand, I think more than anything, dudes, this is the core thing. Once you have an understanding of how these women are attracted to you when you're being yourself, then you can be yourself. Unfortunately, Mike is saying don't be yourself until after they're attracted to you. So he's skipping this whole aspect of understanding how women are attracted to you when you're being yourself. And it's everything I've been lining out in this fucking stream. They're attracted to your relationship with yourself and how good you are to yourself and how you don't need anybody else and how you're a standalone force. Your love for yourself is a standalone force because, as he was just saying, when girls have all the validation they want, they naturally reset to wanting to get to know themselves better and blah, blah, blah. And when you can just fucking lead with that, and she can see that you're not doing it to like try to get her or anything. You just fucking are good to yourself and you just do what the fuck you want. She's going to be drawn to that strength. And then when she's drawn to that strength and she's attracted to you, then you can start escalating. And I would say you can start running game. He's more saying run game in the beginning. And then when she gets, and then once you attract her, whether it's through status game or game or looks game or money game, whatever game, he's saying run game in the beginning. And then once she's attracted to you, you can drop the game. You can stop relying on the game and just start being yourself. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying be yourself. And then once you understand how the strength of that is what's attracting her, then maybe if you want, you can start running game on her. You want to have a little bit of fun with her. But the whole time, because you set the precedence that the reason she's attracted to you is because you're being yourself. And you can drop game whenever you want. And it's no longer like you're being fucking scummy about it. When you're going the other way, like what Mike is saying, when you're coming up with a strong fucking game up front and then you drop it, it's going to be incongruent and it's going to be kind of a little funny. And this is where you're going to get chicks that are with you just for your money. And if you lose your job, they leave you and shit because you led with the game. Like you allowed them to become attracted to you via your frame rather than yourself and feeling good.
After she's attracted to me. And this is the part that nobody grasps. You must climb the hill. You must climb the ladder, climb to the top of the cliff to get to the place where she is attracted to you. And then once she's attracted to you, all things are possible.
Yeah.
Okay, so the cliff that you're climbing is, I would say it's more like you're a slide that you're going down, where you're sliding back into yourself. Like you've been so separated from yourself, from everything I said, from when you're younger and everything, you eventually reclaim your own power, and you do it very just like by not feeding the individual parts of yourself that have been separated from you, these emotions and impulses that are controlling you. You stop feeding them, and you basically just return to yourself. It's very relaxing. It's sort of like a release. You release all the pull that these different parts have on you, and you just relax back into yourself, and you start redefining your relationship with yourself, and it's naturally going to build up everything that I'm saying, and you can lead with just yourself and attract, and there's a lot of strength in that, dudes. There's tons of strength in that. And that's what she's attracted to, that strength.
All things are possible. If she's not attracted,
he's right. He's correct
to you. No things are possible other than.
Yeah, it's true. Once she's attracted to you, remember, she's attracted to your strength. Now, like I've been saying, there are different ways to convey that strength, whether through frame, through money, through whatever it is. But as I've been communicating to you guys, the frame that I'm communicating to you, what I'm saying, you don't need anything other than yourself to attract her and convey, and for her to feel that strength coming off you. And ultimately, this strength that you're conveying via your relationship with yourself, you're doing it to feel strong. You're doing it for you. You're doing it to feel strong within your own frame, to give you to feel the most connected to yourself, so that you can feel the most connected to this world, to give yourself the best experience in life. You do it for yourself, but that strength that it creates, that it creates for yourself, that alchemy of the strength that the alchemy creates, that's what she's attracted to. Like, I agree with Mike here 100%. I disagree with his way of achieving it or conveying it, but that is undeniable. Women are attracted to strength, so that's what it is.
Getting her from an unfamiliar environment to a familiar environment where you can generate attraction, get more time in the pocket. I explained this to.
Yeah, I agree with Mike here as well. This is some other solid advice he's giving here, where if a girl might not be attracted to you at first, let's say there's a girl you really like, and she's not really, you meet her out, whatever, if you can get her just to spend more time with you, the more time that she spends with you, the more time she's going to feel how strong your frame is, your relationship with yourself, and how much you love yourself, all that stuff I'm saying about me, or what Mike is saying, how much status you have, or whatever it is, the more time she spends around you, the more she sees that you do not need her to have a good time or to feel good or whatever. And the more that she can feel how strong you are, and the more undeniable you become. So it's just important that you understand this is how women's attraction works, dudes. Once you're in touch with that, once you're in touch that she's attracted via the strength that she feels from you, then you can start focusing on where your strength comes from. Okay. And when you're focusing on where your strength comes from, then that's all the shit that I'm saying. That's where that comes in. And then the shit that I'm saying, ultimately you don't do it for her, because then that would mean that you're giving her the power, right? If you're doing it for her, then she validates it as strong. You're not doing it for her, you're doing it for yourself. So again, core understanding, women are attracted to strength. Okay. They will shape themselves and mold themselves around a strong man because they want to be around that, and they're attracted to it. Knowing that they're attracted to strength, then that leads to us being like, okay, how am I strong? Like, how is she attracted? What strength of mine is she attracted to? Okay. What Mike is saying is have a strong status game, social circle, pre-selection. Mystery would say have strong game, have strong everything that mystery says, whatever anybody's saying, like, be strong like this, and women will like you for being strong. My old self was like, I need to have tight game, and women are attracted to my tight game, and I'm able to handle the power dynamics correctly, and I'm able to come in with strong belief, and I have this super structure of game, and they're attracted to that, and I convey my strength through that. That's how I used to think. Now, and notice all of us, the one consistent things in all these different people is that we're all conveying strength one way or the other now, right? So now I'm saying, once you're aware of this, that women are attracted to strength, you focus on how you convey strength or what your strength is that she's attracted to. And then the one that I'm saying, to have a good relationship with yourself and do things that are good for you and because you love yourself and blah, 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 that is your strength becomes grounded in your relationship with yourself. And then she feels that, and then she gets attracted to you. You don't do it though. You don't have a good relationship with yourself, so you can convey strength to her, and then she gets attracted to you via that strength, because then you put it in her hands whether she validates it as strong as not. You don't do it for that. You do it because then you feel stronger within yourself. You feel more strongly connected to yourself. You have a stronger relationship with yourself. And when you're more strongly connected to yourself and understand how you function and how to love yourself and what it means to be good to yourself, then you can have a stronger relationship with your environment, and you can push yourself out into the world, and you can achieve your purpose in life and connect with this fucking plane of existence. And then when you're being led by that, by connecting, you're in touch with your purpose that way, she's going to want to follow your lead and be a part of your mission. But it all reverts back to you being good to yourself, and that is all tied to you doing it for your own experience. And then she is drawn to that because you don't need her at all to be good to yourself. You're doing it because you're doing it for yourself. And there's none of these weird status validation or any kind of this shit game like this. There's no need for you to be investing energy into anything other than making yourself feel good and being good to your fucking self. And then naturally, when you feel that good, you're going to want to share it with people that you love. And the people that you're going to choose to love and to share it with are going to be people that strengthen your relationship with your environment and being good to yourself and loving them and feeling good with each other. And you're going to have boundaries to people that do not do that. And those boundaries are only going to add to the strength of your frame, of your relationship with yourself. And that's only going to make you feel stronger to the girl. And that's going to increase her attraction to you. Now, all women are going to be attracted to you once they feel this strength from you. They might not all feel it from you immediately, though, because women naturally are screening guys out. They naturally revert to that. So what Mike is saying here is until they feel that strength from you, you're chilling. You don't need anything from them. But the more time they spend around you, it's inevitable. They're going to start to feel how strong you are in your environment, in yourself. And then it's going to trigger attraction in them. Like this is what Mike is talking about. I agree with him 100%. In the beginning, when she feels nothing from her, your only goal is to just get her from, if you're looking at her as like a fucking objective, is to get her from an unfamiliar environment to a familiar environment. And the best way to do that in the beginning would be to just be chill with her, be friendly with her, be cool with her, just have fun with her. And if she isn't attracted to you right away, she will be eventually, because the more time she spends around you, she's going to see that you are a standalone fucking force.
Guys who watch American football, if you take an average
Okay, bye,
quarterback
guys.
and you give him 5 seconds in the pocket, he's going to look like Joe Montana. If you take an average quarterback, like a guy who's not very good, and he's got 5 seconds to throw the ball on every play, he's going to look incredible. If you take an average guy and you give him a social circle where the girl is allowed to see him flourish for 5, 6, 7 months, he's going to get tens. He's going to throw touchdowns to girls who were nines, his 9 and his 10, because he got them from an unfamiliar environment to a familiar environment.
Yeah, I mean, if
You become undeniable.
people were so attracted to what's authentic, like why? I mean, you and I know, like, why do some of like the scummiest, like most lying narcissistic guys to get women?
Yeah.
I mean,
again, the reason these scumbags get them is because they have a strong frame. Because they're the fucking common denominator in whatever women are attracted to, serial killers, whatever the fuck it is, you know what I mean? Is that the guy doesn't give a fuck and has strength in his own fucking frame. Like, they're just fucking attracted to strength, dude. Like, there's just no denying it. Here, let me fucking go ahead a little bit here, because they're gonna start. We've gone over this before. Let me see what he's talking about here. Oh my goodness, another commercial.
Low status and you are incongruent, then you will give women the egg. To medium.
See what he's saying here.
So it's funny. It's like you can do whatever you want with a woman as long as you don't bore her, right?
so what is it? So what is the difference between when like that versus?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with a woman as long as you don't bore her. I mean, I would just say as long as you're fucking, dude. I've been sitting with chicks not saying anything, and it's just fucking like so intriguing to her that I just feel good, and I don't need any kind of fucking. I don't need an excuse to feel good about myself. I have no insecurity. I'm just fully validated. I mean, before, like I was saying, before where I would get my validation from would be from me knowing that my game was tight and I had a very strong frame and that I was aware of everything that was going on when I was interacting with the girl. And I would find solace in that and comfort. And then it would free my mind up to just kind of be present and chill. And the girls would just be so fucking like intrigued by like, wow, this guy just doesn't fucking care at all. And he just feels good no matter fucking what, you know? So it's like, you won't be boring to her if you just feel good on your own, you know? Like, she just wants to be around people that feel good and feel good to be around. If you are boring to her, however, if you just fucking being quiet for 5 fucking minutes is fucking boring to her and she fucks off, she probably is, I mean, I don't want to judge her too much, but she's probably not the right kind of girl, you know. You want to be around a girl that doesn't need all this stimulus fucking 24/7, you know. If you just being yourself and loving yourself, and just like if you choose to be quiet in that moment, like because you just want to like take a fucking rest for a second, if that causes her to fucking run off, like you should need to have a boundary to that, you know. A lot of the time I'm saying, I keep telling you guys, like, you need to also examine your boundaries. Your boundaries should be, the purpose of your boundary is to maintain and protect the protectors, to protect your healthy relationship with yourself. So if you start falling into fucking patterns where you're like, I'm being boring, I need to fucking be fucking interesting now so the girl will like me or so I can feel good right now, you need to have a boundary to that, because if you don't, that's going to be one of those things that pull you away from your fucking core self, dudes. Like, you just being with yourself should feel good, and that should be enough, bros. And then naturally, when you spend time with yourself, you're naturally gonna want to do things and have ideas and be like, I'm gonna go try this. This looks interesting. I'll go do that. Like there should be absolutely no need within you to feel like you need to do anything to feel good about yourself. You naturally will do things. I'm not saying not to do anything either, but I mean, if you truly just don't feel like doing anything for a fucking minute, don't do shit. If you don't feel like talking for a second, then just don't fucking talk for a second. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, have a boundary to that kind of shit.
It's like when you give someone quote unquote the ick.
When you give someone the act, I think it has to do with more being disingenuous. So here's the thing: me saying something that she disagrees with doesn't give her the ick.
Yeah.
Well, give what.
Yeah. I would say being disingenuous, like being incongruent, essentially, is just, again, this ties back to if you're running game on a girl because you feel like you're not enough. Girls are going to pick up on it. It's ick because if you're being disingenuous or incongruent, that's a communication that's indicative of you don't like yourself and you don't think that yourself is enough and you don't have a good relationship with yourself. So you put on this front to, because then this thing that you've created is good enough to get what you, because you're being basically, you're just trying to extract value from the situation rather than add value. Because when you love yourself and you're enough, you want to contribute to the situation because you put yourself in situations that are good for you and they make you feel good, and you want to connect with them and interact with those environments, and you want to give your energy to those things. So when you're being congruent, it's because you think you're enough and you think you deserve to be in that situation and you belong, and you understand that it's just an extension of yourself, of you being good to yourself. If you're being incongruent, it's because you're trying to get something from the situation and you don't think you're good enough and you're being fake. And yeah, that's creepy. That would give me the fucking ick to it. I mean, you know, when you hang out with those people, I've met a few people like this in my life that you know they're fucking lying to you. And you're hanging out with them like, this guy's lying. Like every time you say something, he has some great story that goes along with what you just said. Or the people that are always trying to one up you when you're telling stuff and they try to say something cooler. And it's just like that kind of shit. They're trying to extract value from the situation by presenting themselves in a certain way. And if they present themselves in a certain way, they can belong and they can fucking enjoy the value of everybody else who's being authentic. And you know that, yeah, bros, that's fucking gross. Like, yeah, having boundary to that.
Would give her the ick is if I said something she disagreed with and I was like, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, I love women. I'm a feminist. If I did that, that's now disingenuous.
Yeah, because now you're communicating that you need her to like you for you to feel good about yourself, which means you actually don't like yourself and you need her to like you for you to like yourself. And yeah, that's fucking gross.
Genuine. That's actively disingenuous, which would give her the ick. Ick means low status plus incongruent. Mm-hmm. So you guys want to write that down. When women get the ick, what they're feeling is low status plus incongruent. If you're high status enough, you can overcome your incongruency. And if you're congruent enough, you can overcome your lower to medium status. But if you have low status and you are incongruent.
Okay, Mike just agreed with me right there. That was actually fairly deep. If you're congruent enough, you can overcome your low or medium status. Yeah, that's basically what I've been saying this whole time. And the way to be congruent with yourself, as I've been saying, guys, is to fucking love yourself and understand how you're enough and how that's a strength that the girls are attracted to. How having a strong relationship with yourself naturally conveys strength. And the way you have a strong relationship with yourself is by loving yourself. And the way you love yourself is by doing things because you're being good to yourself, not because you need to do them to feel good about yourself or to fix yourself, because that would come from a position of self-hate. So when you actually have a relationship like this with yourself, you're going to be able to be congruent. And Mike just said it right there. He agrees with me. And when you're congruent like that, even if you're low to medium status, you can overcome it. Which, who the fuck, dude, that doesn't even really mean anything, bro. It's like, if you're even thinking about status at all, you really can't be fucking congruent because you can be aware of status, but if you're actually investing any kind of energy into I need to have status, like where you're like comparing yourself to your like where you're like concerned about your status in any way when you're talking with a girl, in any way at all, and you're concerned with your fucking status, you're going to come off, you're not going to be able to come off from this place of fucking having a strong relationship with yourself and self-love and blah blah blah, because only people that are insecure are concerned with how their status is with the significance of their status within an interaction. I could not give less of a fuck about my status when I'm dancing with a chick or having fun with a chick or interacting with a chick. And conversely, I cannot give less of a fuck of the status of the person that I'm interacting with either. If they're just a cool person, I could not, this person could be like, fuck man, I'm like we could be having I could be having a good time with somebody and somebody could be like, yeah, I'm fucking broke as fuck right now. I'm homeless, I'm poor, I'm living in my car. It sucks, but whatever. It just is what it is, man. I'm still gonna have fun no matter what. And I'll be like, fuck yeah, man. And I'll keep having fun with that person. I could not give less of a fuck about their status. And then conversely, I can meet somebody that's some huge influencer and has a huge following or some rock star or famous or whatever the fuck. But if I can tell that they're insecure in any way and that their fucking status is their whole identity, I'm not gonna be want to be around that person because they're gonna fucking bring me down. So just get this again. It's fine to build your status up. I'm not saying not to do that either, but just get it out of your head that you need it to feel good about yourself because that's gonna make you come from a weak fucking place and have a weak relationship with yourself, more importantly.
Then you will give women the egg.
Okay, fair enough. So you're saying like, okay, a positive effect is great, a negative effect is also great. It's just the worst is when you're not seen as
Yes.
neutral. And you have no effect.
Yeah, I hit on the girl.
Strength.
She's like, oh, I just like you as a friend. That's neutral. There's nowhere to do. That's like climbing up an ice wall. Like there's nothing to grip. Does that make sense? I have no traction. Even if I have a negative effect, like I can't tell you how many.
Even if a girl told me she just wants to be friends with me and I like her, that's not going to affect my ability to be myself and have fun around her, I've had a few. I'm thinking of a friend right now, a former friend of mine, where I was really into her, and I was actually like falling in love with her and shit. I told her too, like I was like, I'm falling in love with you, bro. Like I'm really into you. Like it's fucking with me. And she did not feel like that about me whatsoever. And it ended up actually fucking up our relationship, because I couldn't let it go. And deep down inside, I needed her to like me because I liked her so much. And I thought that we were meant to be together and I just needed to get her to see it and fucking blah, blah, blah. This isn't even that long ago. This is like 2 years ago, So it's like, but this is when I was still in that. And then this is when I was still in that, like, I'm such a badass. I have such a strong frame and I have so much fun. And that's my frame. And my frame is so strong that any girl that's around me is going to like me because she's going to be attracted to that, the strength of that. So I was just thinking if she just spends enough time around me, she'll like me. And if I just make moves on her, she'll like me. And she really was just not attracted to me. I think she was attracted to tall guys. I think she was actually kind of, I'm not trying to talk shit, but I think she was kind of a superficial person. So I just didn't have she was kind of insecure as well. The more that when I look back at her in retrospect, it's interesting because when you're really into a girl, sometimes you won't see their flaws. So when I was really into her, I didn't see a lot of her flaws. And now that I've been, now that I'm not around her anymore, and I've also kind of let go of my emotions for her, I'm able to see she had quite a bit of flaws that I was ignoring. And because I couldn't, and to be fair, maybe I am still kind of hurt a little bit and I'm talking a little bit of shit right now. Maybe I am projecting. But honestly, what I honestly think is that for whatever she didn't like about me, maybe it had something to do with she just needed these things to be attracted to a guy. Like she needed me to be tall, she needed me to be white, she needed me to whatever the fuck else. Like there were a few other things I remember thinking about her that she needed me to be, and I wasn't any of those things. Or maybe maybe I was just kind of like too crazy for her. And I mean, all right. So I think honestly, if I think that other shit I said is cope. I think honestly, what it was is that I was just too intense for her, and because I came off so intensely, she couldn't take me seriously. Because she was actually not really that. She was a really fun and kind girl and super awesome, but she yeah, like I could tell that she really wasn't used to, because she would always tell me shit about how crazy I was. Like I could tell she didn't really hang out with people like me. And I was a little bit too much for her. And then, like I said, and I also wasn't tall and I also wasn't white and blah, blah, blah. That everything together, I was just not her type. I essentially was just not her type. And I couldn't take that, I couldn't accept that. And I ended up losing a very good friend out of that. So I would say if a girl does start being like, I just see you as a friend, it's fine. Like, still just be friends with her, but turn off, still be kind to her and stuff, but like turn off any kind of, kind of start looking at her like a guy friend and try to get her to hook up with other, like try to help her get with dudes or like whatever, like, but just let it go. And if you cannot let it go, you might have to learn the lesson that I learned, where there's an insecurity that she's going to expose in you, where you don't just want to believe that this girl doesn't like you, like you find it to be impossible. And you need her to like you. You need this girl that you're so into to validate you so you can feel validated. If you feel fully self-validated, then a girl that you like, if she isn't back into you, you can let it go because you don't need her for validation at all. What was going on with me with her is I was so into her that she was triggering all these emotions of love. And honestly, all the girls that I've ever fallen in love with, I had ended up being like an unhealthy relationship, and I became very dependent on them. And it just was not good because I was like, finally, a girl that loves me. No girl's ever loved me. And I kind of fall into shit like that. This is where meant to be. We found each other. And because I was starting to fall in love with her, it triggered all these unhealthy fucking emotions in me. And I ended up losing her, which just means that when it comes to that part of my brain, that level of my brain, that part of my brain did not have a healthy relationship with itself. And I was not self-validating. So if a girl says she just wants to be friends with you, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't affect your frame whatsoever because you're self-validated. And if it does, then you should examine yourself.
Women have told me before dating me, I hated you when I first met you. Girls who've come on
Mhm.
Access Vegas and be like, I thought you were a loudmouth, and I really didn't like you, and they went out with you.
By the way, you just mentioned Access Vegas, guys. Anybody that's gonna go tomorrow is the next Access Vegas stream. I don't know if they're gonna be streaming tomorrow, but if they are, I will be there. I hope to see you guys there. Say hi to me in the chat, and we'll fuck around. I love Access Vegas. As much as I've been disagreeing with Mike, I still think Mike is a real dude. He says a lot of good shit. I think Mike is a good representation of the level of status you can achieve. I don't even think that status game is necessarily bad. It's just when you need it, when you use it as your source of attracting women and your source of strength. I'm saying rely on yourself for that. And then once you have good relationship with yourself, so on and so forth, then focus on status game. I wouldn't actually mind building up a little bit of status myself, but I wouldn't mind it, but I honestly don't give a shit either because as long as I'm having fun, I don't give a fuck if nobody knows who the fuck I am. As long as I can have fun and I can have fun with the people that are around me, and as long as I understand with women why they're attracted to me and how I elevate them and how I make them better and how we create the vibe that we create together and so on and so forth, and how that's good for me and how I can use that to be good to myself and build my relationship with myself and my connection with this world. As long as I can do all that, I could not give less of a fuck about how much status I have, which is probably why I have so much difficulty with investing energy into fucking social media and any kind of status bullshit because I don't need it whatsoever. I don't give a fuck at all, you know? So, but again, it's working for Mike. Much love to Mike. Mike is an OG. Respect to what he's built. It takes a fucking savvy, strong man to do it. So while I might be disagreeing with him, you know, I still enjoy his podcast. I'm still going to be up in the chat in Access Vegas. I sign on via the. So if you go to the Access Vegas channel, that's literally the name of it, Access Vegas on YouTube. If you see that they're doing a live stream, when they're going live on Michael Sartain's channel, which the name of his channel is Michael Sartain, he also goes live. I interface via Michael Sartain's fucking channel. So if there's an Access Vegas live pod going, connect via Michael Sartain's channel, and you'll see me in that chat in there. You know, and give me a shout out, and you know, I'll say what's up to you guys. And yeah, let's enjoy the pod together.
And guys who are good with women are listening to me right now, and they're like, yeah, that's absolutely happened to all of us. Because the polarization effect, or i.e. the breaking rapport causing the pattern interrupt, the polarization effect creates an emotion. If that emotion is cortisol or dopamine or norepinephrine, whatever the
Okay, so the way that you break rapport, you don't really have to do anything other than not be one of these validation seeking fucking monkeys that are trying to get her to like them. When you come up self-validated, not needing shit from her, but also fully confident in your ability to, you know, express how you're feeling, she's gonna be like, who the fuck is this guy? Because she's going to like the strength in that, your self-strength, that's gonna break her rapport, you know, because most hot chicks are so used to everybody validating her that her environment is like her source of strength or whatever. But when she meets someone that is stronger than her environment, that doesn't need the environment to feel strong and is strong within themselves, that's going to trigger fucking attraction in her. And maybe she won't even necessarily you'll be her type and immediately be all over you. Maybe she might not even like you and start judging you or whatever, but she won't be able to deny that there's something about you and she can't put her finger on it. And that's what it is, how fucking strong you fucking feel to her. So don't get wrapped up in like, I need to say some fucking, give her a zinger to break rapport. Just your presence alone and your belief and love in yourself will do the fucking trick. And by the way, I want to address one other thing. Mike was saying earlier about walking up and showing intent and how girls don't like that. I completely disagree with that as well, dudes. So you don't do it with every girl, but I will say if I walk up to a chick and I could tell she likes the strength of my approach, the fact that, you know, the belief I have in my approach, in myself when I approach, and in my understanding of my ability to attract her and how that works, and just like how connected I am to what's going on in that moment when I'm approaching her, and how all the dynamics works and how connected I am to that. Once she feels that, and she just feels that I'm a guy that's having fun and being good to myself and having a good time on my own. When she feels the strength of that, that's going to trigger her attraction. Okay. And then so clearly it's the cat's out of the bag. I'm attracted to her if I'm approaching her, right? When I do that, she's going to feel that. If she likes it and she's open to meeting a guy and blah, 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 she's basically in the right space to meet somebody. When I walk up and she gets attracted to me, she opens up and she's like, yes, a guy, I went out, I wanted to meet a guy tonight. Here's a guy that I can respect. Here's an actual man walking up to me, and she's going to open up. Her body language is going to open up. Her eyes are going to get big. She's going to face you. Her jaw is going to relax. She's going to be touching you, blah, 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 blah. You know, she's going to be giving you all the correct IOIs via her body. And at that point, I can show her interest. So Mike says not to do that. I totally disagree. In my experience, if I walk up and I touch a girl and I tell her that I like her, I think she's cute, I compliment her or whatever the fuck, I mean, I would agree. I would probably hold back on the verbally sexual stuff, but not the sexual energy, but just the sexual. I wouldn't be so overt with my sexual intent, like I want to fuck you, like type of shit. Because if you walk up just immediately trying to fuck her and you haven't even gotten to know her yet, there's no connection yet, that comes off forceful, that comes off as value extracting, that just communicates all the wrong things. And it's going to show you basically don't understand her side of the interaction, and that's going to close her off. It's not that you're not being genuine, it's that you're having empathy for her. And because you genuinely have empathy for other people and you're connected to your environment and you're not a value extractor, that's going to be congruent with your approach to not just, even though you feel sexual attraction for her, the fact that the reason that you don't just immediately rub your dick all over her is because you have empathy and you're connected to the people around you, and that's why it's congruent to do that. But that doesn't mean you shut off your sexual energy. You just aren't overt with it, at least not right away. However, if she's attracted to you, she's going to want to touch you because girls just are very touchy as it is. So when you come in, you know, open her, stand close to her, shoot your opener, introduce yourself, whatever fucking bullshit you say. It doesn't even really fucking matter what you say. And as long as, it does matter as long as you're not a creep and shit. But I'm saying, as long as you have empathy and you feel good and you don't need anything from her, then it doesn't matter what you say, because it's what you say is going to be congruent with that. So you just sort of open the interaction, and that's literally what you're doing when you're walking up. You're just opening the interaction and making the interaction possible. Not you're opening it for her, you're just making it possible for the both of you to interact, because she's going to be attracted to you. I'm saying you don't open it for her, because now you're putting yourself in this frame where, like, I need to approach so she can show me interest. So I need to do this for her. Not at all. I open because I know that this is what is necessary for us to meet, and I'm just making it possible. I'm not doing it for her. I'm doing it for me. And then beyond that, I'm doing it for us. Okay. So I'm not really doing it for her. It's like anything that I'm doing just for her is coming from it's not bad to do that once in a while, once you guys have gotten to know each other and she's been working for you or whatever. And then you can do stuff for her to show her it's out of appreciation. But if you're just walking up doing shit from her off the rip, you're already it's a bad frame. You're not centered in yourself. So you walk up, you open, you say whatever fucking bullshit's on your mind, and you have empathy and blah, blah, blah. She feels the momentum and belief behind your approach and your self-belief, self-strength. That opens her up, because if she's open to meeting a guy, she wants to meet you, and you're a guy that she wants to meet. She might not be attracted to you. If she's not, then have a nice night and walk away. But if she does open and she's into it, then I'm already walking up super close to her. Then I get more in her space. I start touching her on the arm. I start being like, what's up with this right here? I start breaking the touch barrier. And again, I don't do it in a pulling way where I'm trying to grab her to like feel her up. I'm just like, oh, what's this? It's just part of my communication. We just touch each other because we're just interested in each other, because I'm just being honest with my interest in her. And she understands from her female communication that when people are interested in each other, they touch each other, So it's just casual, incidental touching. And from that, you give some compliments. You don't only focus on the compliments, but 100%, if you're being honest and open and congruent, you're going to tell her, like, I really like your fucking look. I really like the way that you're looking. Like, I really like your energy. I noticed you dancing over here. You look awesome. You look great tonight. Blah, 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 And then she is equally, if she's attracted to you, she's naturally going to want to compliment you as well. I will say, if I'm complimenting a girl and she's not complimenting me back, that's a red flag. That's her. Then I'm being like, oh, this girl must not be that attracted to me. So if I compliment a girl and I'm touching a girl, and yeah, she's standing in front of me, she's still giving me good body language and everything, but she's not giving it back to me, then I'm going to stop doing it, number one. And then number two, I might give her like another minute or so. I'll give her another chance to kind of recover. But if she does not, then I'm going to walk away, because I need to have a boundary to I'm the one I'm not like touching her, because then it's going to put me in this frame, in this mindset where I'm like, oh, I'm touching her, she didn't touch me back, so now I'm self-monitoring how much I'm touching her. If she puts me in this self-monitoring mode, that means that she's not doing it back to me. That means she's most likely not as attracted to me, because what naturally is going to happen when two people are naturally feeling attraction for each other is you're going to give each other compliments, they're going to touch each other, they're going to want to make each other feel good, and they're just going to want to feel good with each other, because that's going to be a reflection of what's going on. It feels good because two people that are attracted and meeting each other feels good. So naturally, it's going to result in feel good behaviors, connecting behaviors, attracted to each other behaviors. And anytime that gets broken, you know, maybe give her a little bit extra to recover, but other than that, later, and you can walk away. So even if a girl or man, or you could just be like, okay, you can just friend zone her in that moment. On the other hand, if she's not doing, but like, oh, okay, she's not really as attracted to me, I'll just be friendly with her now, and I'll pull back my attraction. But I can still be nice to her and get to know her, talk to her for like a few minutes, and then be like, oh, let me get your number. Maybe if I leave here later, I'll let you know where I am, and if maybe we can meet up later. And it can just be friendly, and now you just made a friend. But the attraction is very natural. There should be no strategizing going on. It should be very, very natural. But for you to be able to come from a natural place where you're not self-monitoring and trying to manipulate anything, and you're able to be in tune with whether there's natural attraction or not, you need to be able to accept if a girl is not into you, and if she just wants to be your friend, and you need to be fine with that, and be able to turn off your game in that sense. And if you can't, there's an insecurity there.
The neurotransmitter that is translated, it's so much more interesting for her to engage with someone who's polarizing than to engage with someone who, like, I'm sure there's some people right now.
Hold on, I got to stretch, guys, but I'll get it.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Girls go on Fresh and Fit, argue with Myron, and then just like follow Myron around right afterwards, like they're in love with him. I've seen this happen before. It's certainly happened to me on, it's certainly happened to me at Access Vegas, where there'll be a girl I'll be disagreeing with on the show, and then afterwards she's just like, she wants my number, she wants to hang out, and it's because in her, from her reality, no man maintains frame around her. She's never seen that. She's not attracted to me because of my opinions. She's a Democrat, I'm a Republican, whatever. She's attracted to me because when she had her opinions, I didn't change my opinions because her.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is another point where Mike and I agree. She's attracted to you as a standalone force, and that you're a strength. And she's used to guys typically caving and breaking frame to accommodate themselves to her and validate her so that she'll like them. And they're basically they end up like being just like these fucking yes men with no fucking strength. And when you can disagree with her, especially if you can disagree with her in a respectful way, because I will say with Myron, when he disagrees with the chicks, he feels this need to crush them and teach them a lesson, which comes from a very, very, very insecure place. When Mike does it, when Mike disagrees with the women, I've seen him disagree with women on Access Vegas or whatever else, he never tries to disrespect them, okay? He's just like, well, I just don't agree with you. But he also just maintains frame because he has a healthy relationship with himself, and he also has a healthy relationship with other people. Because he's secure within himself, it's okay that they don't agree with him, and he can just maintain frame and not need anything from the women. And then the women get attracted because they're attracted to strength.
Boobs were big, and that's what she's used to. She's used to men losing frame and cracking because she's physically attractive. When she deals with a man who does not change frame because of her physical attractiveness, and by the way, that's a feminist ideal. I treat women like humans. I treat women like men. If you don't believe, come hang out with me if you don't believe me. I call my best friends bro and they're female. I don't discriminate because of your sex. That's real feminism right there, if you want to consider it. I treat them all the same. Yeah. But what they're used to is like, I want equality, but I also want men to stare at my boobs so I can manipulate them. And you can't manipulate me. And so because of that, what happens is there's the initial pang of, I don't like Michael, he's a narcissist, but then it eventually transmutes into.
Yeah. Another thing too, why women are attracted to narcissists is because they're a standalone force and they're attracted to that strength. And when they also don't like men they can manipulate. Like, bro, start looking at all the shit that women say that they're attracted to, and you will see it all comes from they're attracted to guys that have a that can stand on their own 2 feet. And then you also start to see that a lot of the frame that we build up in game, when we start to build this superstructure because we don't think we're good enough and we think we need game to make up for that, it's all based on power dynamics, and it's all based on having the upper hand, and you achieve that upper hand by having a stronger frame. Even the famous line from Rick H, always have a better answer. Your answer doesn't even have to be good, it just has to come from a stronger frame, and if you set up this frame correctly, you'll have the leverage. And just the fact that you're not caving to what she wants, you're going to end up having the better answer every single fucking time. Moreover than anything, though, don't be like Myron and start attacking them because they don't agree with you and calling them stupid and retarded and shit. It's okay if they disagree with you. Part of being strong is not needing them to agree with you. Part of being strong is also not fucking hating them for not agreeing with you and just being able to be respectful. At the end of the day, as long as you're grounded in your own strength and your relationship with yourself, and you don't need her for shit. How are you not caving to what she wants when you're approaching her? Well, you're not approaching her because she wants you to approach her. You're approaching her because you want to approach her. When you're responding to her, when I'm responding to her, I'm responding to her if, I mean, I'm not always going to respond to her, however, because I have boundaries to toxic behavior, you know? So if she's showing me toxic behavior where she's constantly needing validation, she's always insecure, like she's constantly being a drain on me, I'm going to cut off communication with her and have a boundary to that. When usually you have to make the move. I was talking about this earlier, Bill. You might have missed it, but it's just a part of natural attraction. So when you're attracted to somebody, you're naturally just going to be touching each other and complimenting each other. She's going to be doing it too, you know. If I'm the only one making a move, then that's just going to communicate to me that she's either insecure or that she doesn't like me, like she has the ick for me, or that maybe she likes me but she's just not attracted to me. But regardless of what the reason is, if she's not returning the favor and doing moves on me too and showing me attraction back, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be like, that's fine, you know, because I'm not coming from an insecure place where I need her to make moves on me. And I'm just gonna be able to be like, oh, okay, she's not into me, and I can just put her in the friend zone at that point. Maybe interact with her for a few more minutes, get her number, a friendly number exchange, and then vamoose and go look for a girl that is into me, you know, but because she'll be making moves on me too, bro.
Oh, you know what? He's kind of cool. I kind of like him, right? And so that's the way it works. Whatever you do, as long as it's polarizing, that's better than the neutral effect.
Yeah, that's another thing too. When he said he's kind of cool, so I think I like him. It is crazy how when girls get a sense of your strength and you're a standalone force and all that shit, everything that I've been saying, they will start to rationalize reasons to like you. The more they're around you, the more that they get a feel for your strength, especially because most guys don't have, even Michael himself, dudes, even Mike, who I have the utmost fucking respect for. Okay, man, I will check that out. Have I not given you? Hold on, Bill. Have I not given you access to all the drives? Because I can just give you access to all the drives. If I haven't, like, let me know. If I haven't given you access to all the drives, I'll just give you access to all of them, and you won't have to fucking be asking me for access. You know, I'll just give it to you up front. Okay, yeah, yeah. I think I have your email. But yeah, since you sent me a message, I'll see if I have your email. I'll go check all my drives, and if you don't have access to them, I'll give you access to all six. So I'll take care of you after this, man. Don't worry. But what was I saying? So yeah, I'm saying if the girl, most guys, even Mike, as I'm saying, you're welcome, man. Even Mike, as I'm saying, who has I have the utmost respect for, even he is wrapped up in this having a frame to attract girls. approach. So he thinks he needs all this status to attract the women that he gets, which, to be fair, I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying it's not effective. I'm not saying it's not a good thing that he has it. I'm not saying he can't get, I could get the chicks that he can get either. You know, he's a level above me and all that shit. I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is that most guys think like Mike, and they think shit like, I need to have things for chicks to like me. You know, like I need to have status or looks or money, or I need to have tight game or whatever the fuck. I need to have a Ferrari, whatever the fuck it is. And then girls will like me. You know, most guys think like that. And as I told you guys before, it's because from when we were kids, we got separated from our core self and we got conditioned that we need to do things for people to like us, for our caregivers to give us love and resources. When we become aware of this broken relationship with ourselves, we rebuild our relationship with ourselves and we retie to our own core self. And that builds a strong, healthy, self loving relationship with ourselves, which most people aren't even aware that they're separated from their core selves. They don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say the core self. It sounds like I'm saying some fucking like woo woo term, you know? However, people that are in touch with it, like me, and like you guys, if you've been, you know, following my streams and everything and you're catching on to what I'm saying, we don't need that shit. So we can just be in interactions and feel good regardless of fucking whatever, you know? And because we can just feel good on our own, it allows us to have healthy relationships with our environment. We can have empathy for people. So we're also not like these reckless fucking pieces of shit. And we also naturally are going to want to take care of ourselves. I'll respond in a second. We're naturally going to want to take care of ourselves, and we're just going to do all the things that people say that you should be doing anyway, because there are things we're doing to be good to ourselves. We're going to want to have money. We're going to want to be in environments where girls are. We're going to want to be around awesome girls. We're going to want to eat healthy. We're going to want to train. We're going to want to do all these things to be good to ourselves. We're going to want to learn skills and travel and blah, 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 and have the best experiences possible for ourselves, blah, blah, blah. When you can do that, the girl is going to be completely intrigued by this self strength that you generated. And then she's going to end up rationalizing why she likes you, even if you disagree with her, because you've built such a strong relationship with yourself and you have such a healthy connection with your environment because it comes from a place of self-love. So then naturally you want your environment to be loving and so on and so forth and be healthy and blah, blah, and have healthy boundaries and blah, blah, blah. When a girl comes at you and she disagrees with you, you can have a boundary to, if she's saying some bullshit that makes no fucking sense and is retarded, because nobody ever challenges her. So she just says whatever retarded thing, potentially if it's a girl like that. Or maybe she's a very intelligent girl, but you just don't agree with her. It's just not your experience as a man, you know? And you can disagree with her. And when you're able to do that without caving, just because she's hot, and then you're also able to just put her in the friend zone if she's not immediately giving you validation. Like, you basically don't need shit from her, and you don't validate her unless it makes sense to you because it's something that you actually agree with. So you're very authentic and genuine in that sense as well. Then she's going to be like, you know what? He's actually a pretty cool guy. She's going to start to do this shit where she backwards rationalize why she actually is attracted to you, because underneath it all, whether on the logical level she's attracted to you or not, and you're not 6 feet, you don't have a bunch of money, you're not the right political leaning or whatever the fuck. Underneath all of that shit, she's going to get a feel that you're strong, and that you're strong in a way that most men are not. Okay. I challenge you guys, as I keep saying, to find another guy that is saying the type of shit that I'm saying. You might find some, and I'm not saying it's impossible. It's not like I'm the only guy that's aware of this, but you're not going to find many. It just goes to show you how rare it is to. And by the way, it took me 17 years of fucking doing game and fucking being in the wrong insecure frame to figure this shit out, you know? As I told you guys earlier, my gift, you could say that I have, is that I'm tireless. I have unbelievable amounts of energy. That's what people always tell me. And that I also have a above average ability to recover and heal from things. So I've been able to put myself through all this shitty stress and just draining myself and feeling guilt and insecure and continuing to show back up and improve my game and be all confused and make myself uncomfortable, but keep going anyways for 17 years, the whole time broke as fuck. Like I have no advantages whatsoever when it comes to the status game, the LMSG game. And even despite all that, I was able to maintain my self belief and my self love and keep pushing my health self and have the energy and recover when I needed to. And because of that, I was able to fucking figure this shit out. Okay. This is why most people don't figure it out. And it is funny because at the end of the day, it's actually very easy what you have to do. I didn't have to go through 17 years of pain to figure this out. I actually feel really fucking silly saying that. And then when I look back, as you guys saw my stream yesterday, when I look back at shit I was writing before and the things I was saying before, it's fucking embarrassing of how confused and lost I was and how insecure I was and how hurt I was when I was writing those things because I didn't feel like I was good enough and how what a bad relationship I had with myself. But through all that, I was able to figure out it's actually very simple what I have to do. And you can fucking game chicks without needing any status whatsoever. And at the end of the day, that's what she's going to be attracted to. When she meets you one on one, she's not going to know how hot your social media is or how much money you have or any of the shit that we're talking about. All she's going to be able to feel from you is how fucking strong of a relation, how congruent you are. Which another way of saying it is like how strong of a relationship you have with yourself, and when she feels that it's unbreakable, unshakable, and it's a standalone force, she's going to feel the strength in that. And when she feels the strength in that, even if on every other level she doesn't feel connected to you at all, she's still going to be attracted to that strength because women are attracted to strength above all and before anything. And when she does that, if she's around you enough, she's going to test you and whatever. She's going to see evidence and whatever. Eventually she's going to start to backwards rationalize that everything she's thinking is wrong and start to admit to herself, fuck, I'm actually attracted to this dude. I need this guy in my life, especially because most guys in her life are not like me, are not like us, and are self-validating, self-loving, strong relationship, authentic, congruent with thyself people. She most likely doesn't know many guys like you or like me. Look at Mike, for instance. Mike is a solid dude. Mike is an amazing dude. I would love to be friends with this guy. This guy is fucking awesome. But as I've been fucking breaking down through this whole stream, he is still wrapped in the fucking status fucking frame game. And he gets his strength from his status and from his social circle and from pre-selection. And that's what he leads with. And that's his whole philosophy. Like, you need to have status. And when you have status, you can just forget about trying a game and the girls will come to you, which is fucking an oxymoron because building your status is just a different form. It's his version of game. Like I said, it's LMSG, looks, money, status, game. If you feel like you need any one of those four things or any other thing to get girls to cover up that you feel weak within yourself, but you have this thing now where you get to convey strength. Like, I have all this status, so now I can display strength via my status or my money or my looks, and the girls are going to be attracted to that because that's how I display strength. If you feel like you need anything other than yourself, then the energy and your vibe and your connection and your congruence and all that with yourself and your self-love, if you feel like you need anything else other than just being yourself to attract the girl, you're cooked, man. Because when she first meets you, that's what she's gonna fucking feel off the rip. She's gonna feel your energy and how strong your relationship with yourself is. And then even if you don't have any of the other shit I said, the LMSG shit, even if you don't have that, because the reason the first sign or feeling of strength she got from you was how congruent you are with yourself, i.e., you have such a strong relationship, self-loving relationship with yourself, because that was the first thing that she felt strongly from you. No matter what you do after that, that's going to be the initial point of attraction. And then you're not going to need any of that other shit in the future. However, if you build attraction based on status or any of these other things, if you ever lose that, or if she meets a guy that has more of it than you, guess what? She's going to lose attraction for you. And she's going to go with that guy. However, if she gets attracted to you because of just how fucking congruent you are, no other guy is like you. We are all unique, you know? And she's gonna base that strength of yours, that initial point of attraction, on your personality and how much you love yourself and how much you just have fun and you don't give a fuck. And you'll never lose that, you know, unless you like your relationship with yourself gets fragmented. But in that scenario, I would say you don't deserve to have a girl with you in that scenario because you need to focus on yourself. You don't really have time to be focusing on a girl when you have a bad relation, when your relationship with yourself got fragmented, you know. But as long as you have a good relationship with yourself, you have healthy boundaries and all these things, the attraction for you will never fucking fade, bros. Ever. It's fucking impossible. Okay. All right. What are you saying here, Bill? You should react to David Tian's Modern Mating Explain and Practical Psychology lecture series next. They're long, but basically about what you're saying. All right, man. I'll write that down. Damn, Bill, you're out there doing the work, bro. You always come at me with like some shit because you're out there doing the fucking work, man. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll give it a look, man. It's tough for me to get into these things because it's tough for me to be spending so much time focusing on game and stuff because I just want to have fun, bro. And practical psychology lecture series and practical psychology lecture series. If you're curious what I'm looking at, Bill, I've actually been looking at let me look it up. I was just looking it up on earlier. The stuff that I'm looking at, I'm not even looking up game stuff. I'm looking at relationship with the self and psychological stuff. A lot of it is stuff for work, you know, because you know how I'm a life coach, so I'm constantly being present with people with their relationships with themselves. So the last thing that I looked at was hold on, it was some Buddhist philosophy. Yeah, it's saying here the idea rooted in mindfulness and that efforts to improve or fix the self when driven by underlying belief that you are inadequate, broken, or not good enough as you are amount to a subtle form of violence or attack against the self. It comes from a guy, Australian meditation teacher Bob Sharples, who says, don't meditate to fix yourself, to improve yourself, to redeem yourself. Rather do it as an act of self-love. This is what I've been fucking telling you guys. As an act of self-love, of deep, warm friendship to yourself. In this way, there is no longer any need for the subtle aggression of self-improvement, for the endless guilt of not doing enough. Psychologist Carl Rogers, often echoed in these teachings, put it, the curious paradox is that when I accept myself as I am, then I can change. Yeah, that's what I've been telling you guys. It's like once you have a good relationship with yourself, then you can chase the bag. Then you can go after status and all these things and work on your game or whatever, because it just becomes a practice of self-love because it's things you do to be good to yourself and to feel more connected to your environment. You can work out to get physically stronger, but you're not working out because you need it because you don't think you're enough. It's just an extension of your self-love. It's a practice of it. Then it says here, deep roots in Buddhist traditions, particularly in modern Western interpretations of Tibetan Buddhism. Teachers like Pema Chodron, Pemachhodron, an American Buddhist, articulated it clearly through the concept of Maitri, Maitri. She describes efforts to fix or aggressively improve the self as a form of self-aggression. Like that's the shit I'm looking at now, Bill. I'm looking at this just like aggressions towards the self. So it's in Buddhist teachings, the practice of metta, metta, or maitri, maitri. So it can be found. It is a root. The understanding of that aversion, like self-aggression toward the self, is a root of dukkha, dukkha, a root of suffering, because it's a self-hating relationship with the self. Yeah, so that's the shit that I'm looking at, man. But I'll look up the stuff you're talking about, Bill. I'll look up this David T.N. Modern Mating Explained and Practical Psychology lecture series. I would say, man, Bill, if you like this kind of shit, I forget in which one of the drives. I'm gonna give you access to the drives. So I forget in which one of the drives, but one of them is Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Man. It talks about, because you said practical psychology lecture series. There's a practical female psychology file, and it's like an 8 hour fucking file where it talks about how to choose a high self-esteem woman versus a low self-esteem woman, and it basically teaches you how to screen women for healthy behaviors, which I agree. It's important to have boundaries.
Fact, which is, hey, you're kind of cute. I like your dress. Wow, you're really pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you want to go on a date sometime? No, no, no. I don't. I have a boyfriend. It's cool. Let's just be friends. That's a neutral response, which is negative.
100%. 100%.
De alma guerrera. Son los guerreros y guerreras.
I don't know if it's negative, dudes. I think it's just she doesn't like you, and that's fine. Like it's not. It's you don't need to label it as a loss or as negative. It's just what it is. Just go talk to somebody else. Labeling it a negative response means that you needed it to be positive, essentially, it's just a non-response. It's just what he said initially. It's just neutral. So whatever. It has no effect. It has no effect whatsoever. Let's see what he says later, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to listen to this whole thing, dudes.
The only reason I work with you is because I could probably work for any of these other guys, being a Harvard graduate, but I choose to work here, and it's because I can definitively say, okay, let's say your game is a 10 out of 10 and my game's a 1 out of 10, but I'm in front of the hot girl. It's alpha. Sorry, guys. It's alpha to be there.
Yes.
If I'm in front of her, I have a better shot than your 10 out of 10 game.
Yes.
So if you can't access her, what is the point of you having great game?
I can tell you more than 50 times standing on.
Yeah. I mean, all you need to do to have access to her is to go where the hot girls are and have fun and then interact with them. I mean, it's not that crazy. I get that what they're going to say is I have the social circles where they're in these familiar environments and their guards down and you can have more genuine interactions with them and blah, blah, blah. Listen, that's great, but I'm coming from a perspective where you don't need that. See how the shit that they're saying is like, yeah, but you have a better shot like this, so you need this to have a better shot. I'm not saying, okay, yeah, maybe you do, but you're not always going to have that. And I'm coming from a place of like, assuming you don't have it, you can still access it by just going where girls are having fun, where single girls are having fun yourself, not needing them to have fun. This is why I've been telling you guys before, start going out on your own and just having fun by yourself and don't talk to any girls. If you cannot go out by yourself and not talk to any chicks or nor anybody else and have fun completely on your own and you're not on your fucking phone all night because you don't know what to do with yourself, like if you can't just fucking be present in a fun environment without feeling like you need to be doing something and feel good, that's the very first thing you need to get over, because you're not going to be able to just be present, because you're going to be constantly self-monitoring and trying to manipulate the situation to be a certain way. And if it's not going that way, you're not going to be able to be chill and present, and you're not going to be able to, and that's not a healthy relationship with yourself if you just cannot be present and feel good just literally being in a situation. So while I don't disagree with what they're saying, you do have a better chance. I'm just against needing it to feel secure or to feel alpha or whatever, like you can still be strong and convey all these things. The only thing you absolutely do need is to be where the girls are. You're not going to be doing it from home. You're not going to be doing it from home. I am super against social media and dating. I mean, I'm not saying don't dating apps. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying I personally am just super against it. So I always have to be out. And I honestly purposely do it that way. A part of me honestly isn't on social media. I mean, I don't like it, but I can't admit that there's a part of me that's not on it because it forces me to go out and approach girls in person, because otherwise I'm not going to meet any, because I don't have a separate venue to meet them through, or a separate platform or venue to meet them through, or a way to meet the method.
On stage at XS with some top tier DJ, looking over into the GA, the outside of XS, and watching one pickup boot camp after another of just guys sitting there talking to girls while I'm standing on stage and there's 17 girls and one guy and my client with me. And I just cannot express to you how, and I'm like, bro, don't you live here? Don't you live in Vegas? Why am I on stage and you're not? It's just so maddening to me. I remember one guy, he's another dating coach, like really.
I'll give it to Mike though. See, he's right. Like if I was out in the GA and Mike's on stage and I'm running around trying to talk with girls, but the thing is, he does have the leverage. But the thing is, if I'm out in the GA, the thing is, if I'm out in the GA, I'm not out in the GA trying to talk with the girls because I need them to like me. I'm out there in the GA. I'm probably having more fun than fucking Mike is on stage. I can tell you what, Mike's not dancing like I'm fucking dancing out in the GA. Mike's not having a fucking blast like I am, just having fun out there. I wouldn't even be on fucking stage paying attention to shit like that. I would be on stage having fun. Is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I'm not shitting on Mike. Like I'm saying, Mike is correct. He does have leverage in that situation, but only if I give him that leverage in the sense that I want to be Mike and I want to be on stage because I don't like that I'm out in the GA and I have to put, he's basically trying to frame like these guys are doing all this work out there in the GA and putting in all this effort while I'm just existing on stage and effortlessly attracting women. I would be out in the GA just enjoying being out there. And I don't even know if I would notice him on the fucking stage to begin with because I would just be having a blast. And if the venue sucked, I would leave and go to another venue. The party is where I am. You get what I'm saying? And the party is where I am because I structure my entire fucking night around me doing things that make me feel good and I can enjoy myself. So who gives a fuck if he's on stage? Honestly, again, I know that might sound like I'm coming off like cope or whatever. No, I acknowledge Mike does have the leverage. I guess if I wanted to get a chick, I would have to do more work, I guess, in that sense. But that's when we're coming from Mike's frame. If you're coming from my frame is completely fucking different, where it doesn't matter if he's on stage. It doesn't matter if I'm on stage. It just matters if I'm enjoying myself. And the girls are going to see this, man. And the girls that like that I'm having fun and want to have fun too are going to be attracted to me. So even if Mike's on stage with 17 chicks, they're going to see him on stage with all those chicks, maybe like standing there getting attention from them. And then they're going to see me having a fucking blast out in the GA. And who do you think they're going to want to fucking go have fun with? With Mike? If their intention is to have as much fun as possible, who do you think they're going to fucking want to be drawn to? They're going to be drawn to me because I'm the one having fun and I don't need to be on stage to do it. It's sort of almost kind of like if you're on stage, obviously, I guess in a way it's going to be fun because you're the one on stage. But if I'm the guy not on stage having fun and I don't need that, I'm going to be able to hold that girl longer and I'm going to have a much stronger frame than Mike. And I'm also going to, have stronger attraction than Mike. Or well, I'll say this. I won't know if I'll have stronger attraction than Mike, but I'll have a different attraction than what Mike has. And it has a potential to be stronger depending on the girl. The type of girls that Mike is going to attract, I'm not going to say Mike, but I'll say this, the type of girls are going to be attracted to the guy that's on stage just because he's on stage are girls that are attracted to status. And I don't want girls that are attracted to status. So honestly, good for Mike that he's on stage and he's looking out at me in the general public, but I wouldn't want to be Mike anyway. I don't want girls that are attracted to me because I'm on stage. It would actually attract the types of girls that I don't want to be attracted to me, because they're going to be attracted to me because I was the guy on stage. I don't want those girls. I want the girls attracted to me because I'm out there having fucking fun. And they're like, who the fuck is this crazy motherfucker? That's the kind of attraction that I want.
Really, really, really big troglodyte. He comes up to me and he starts talking to me at XS. And I remember a really good feeling because when this guy was talking to me, the GM stops. He's standing behind the guy and he looks at me and he gives me this look like, do you want us to kill him? Like it was like that look. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like what would happen if some dude started with us in front of like Ray or Chris or Nick or some of those guys on stage at XS? They would die.
Move them,
you would die. Like that place is basic. I should pay rent. I'm there.
Okay. Let's go forward a little bit. Again, I just want to keep emphasizing, guys. I got nothing but love for Mike. Okay. I hope none of
Imagine being able to build an app with your name.
I hope none of the stuff that I'm saying is coming off as attacks toward Mike. Okay. Mike is the fucking man.
Strategic for women, sex is organic, right? So I want you to think about a lazy river and a tightrope. For women, sex is a lazy river. If I just sit there in the for me while I sleep.
So your VA doesn't like their last three.
The problem, here's the problem with the pickup ideal. If I am a pickup coach and I'm telling a bunch of autistic men to tease women, they're just going to insult the women.
Yes.
And get kicked out of the venue.
Yeah, I feel him on that, but if you guys watch my masterclass stream, there's a way to not insult them, but there's a way to tease women. And the way to do it is you just don't validate them. And then you poke fun. You basically bring to the surface what they're trying to do, and they're trying to get validation from you, where they're like if they're like, oh, I had this guy and he would always call me and he wouldn't stop texting me. And then you could say something like, well, you'll really like me then because I'll never call you and I'll never text you. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not teasing, I'm not insulting her. I'm just taking away that validation from her. I'm taking that validation off the table. Like, oh, she's basically saying, I had this guy that was just validating me all the time and it was annoying. And you'll be like, well, don't worry about that because I'll never fucking validate you, But you do it in a playful way. That's the way to tease women, and it's going to come naturally because you're going to hear it in their game. Again, if you watch that masterclass stream that I did with Rick H, you'll see that's basically what I'm doing. Like, that's how you maintain tension. And when they're already attracted to you and there's already like a sexual thing there, if you are able to create and maintain tension by just kind of fucking with them and having fun, number one, it's fun. And then number two, the natural consequence to building up a lot of tension is release. Like, a person's going to want release from that. So if you build a bunch of tension with the girl and you tease her for wanting validation and that she wants validation from you and you're not going to give it to her, but it's like this funny thing that you're doing, then she's going to want to eventually, she's going to want to play with you in that sense, and then she's going to seek release, Now, I have to add that when you're doing this, it's also important to be monitored, to not only do that, you do it in moments, you don't just like barrage them or bombard them with a barrage of just nonstop teasing. You do it in little moments, and then you just go back to acting normal and then showing each other interest and being nice to each other and blah, blah, blah. It's a mixture of things, but the whole night ends up being this buildup of tension. And as long as she's able to interact with you in a healthy way and she's not triggering any of your boundaries, so on and so forth, you'll build up enough tension, and by the end of the night, the sex becomes a release of that tension, and it's completely fucking natural, So while I agree with Mike, you don't want guys that don't know what the fuck they're doing to be teasing women because they end up just insulting them and being rude. I also want to add that it is also fun to do it when you know how to do it, and it's a good skill to learn.
This happens more than it doesn't happen. It's extremely common. And also, if the teasing comes off as disingenuous, she knows that you're attracted to her. She knows that the interaction is more important to you than it is to her, and it gives her the ick. Meaning.
Yeah. So that's a great point by Mike there. If the teasing or any of the shit you're doing comes off as you're doing it just to get her to like you, and it comes off as game essentially, well, number one, you can't hide it. Okay. You shouldn't be self-monitoring and being like, oh no, am I coming off congruent or not? Because if you're monitoring, if you're coming off congruent or not, you're already incongruent. You shouldn't be self-monitoring. That's the fucking key to being congruent, is you don't monitor if you're being congruent or not. Now, this doesn't mean that you're possibly not being congruent because you're not monitoring it, but if we're talking about it, the way to be congruent is to do things because they're funny to you and they're acts of things you're doing because they feel good to you and they're good for you. Again, the way that you avoid being an asshole and shit is doing it from a place of empathy. And you're going to have natural empathy when you have a good relationship with yourself, because when you have a good self-loving relationship with yourself, it's going to extend out of you as well. And you're going to want to have loving relationship with others, and you're going to have boundaries to not having loving relationships with others, and part of those boundaries when you have healthy boundaries and you have a healthy relationship with yourself and you're connected with others and the world through self-love, then you're gonna have natural empathy and you won't be a fucking asshole. You won't be rude. Maybe you might have some stupid shit come up, but you'll be able to catch it and be like, oh fuck, I did something stupid, and you'll be able to pull it back. I still occasionally say fucking asshole shit every once in a while. And I'm not perfect, nobody is. And but I'm able to pull it back and let it go. And when the girl kind of comes back at me to like check, like, were you being an asshole? Because what's gonna happen if you do say some asshole line, asshole line, as long as it's not like too much of an asshole, as long as it's not like your fucking pussy smells, bitch. Like obviously that would be over the line, like there's no coming back from that. But let's just say you like say something a little off and it's a little bit too rude, and then you're like, and then she expresses displeasure in that, like you can tell it genuinely upset her and hurt her. You can let it go and you won't get into an argument with her, but you can also hold frame. So for instance, with me, the example I'm thinking of now, the last time this happened to me, there was a chick that I was interacting with, the last chick that I picked up on. This is like in December. And I think I talked about this in a different stream. So some of you might recognize this story. But she was about to go smoke a cigarette. So I'm hanging out with her. We're like fucking validating each other and fucking feeling up on each other and blah, blah, blah. Like it's natural attraction. It's going well. It's going well. Okay. So it's going well. And then she pulls out a cigarette and she's about to go smoke. And I'm like, you shouldn't fucking smoke that shit. I say that to her, just like that. Probably a little bit more, even more rude than that in my tone. And then she's like, don't fucking tell me what to do. Don't fucking tell me what to do. She says it to me twice or whatever. And then I'm like, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I think. And then she's like, don't tell me what to do. She says it to me again. And then I'm just like, yeah, I'm not. I'm just telling you, I'm just giving you my opinion. Do whatever you want. And then she goes and she smokes, So clearly in that interaction, I had a little bit of a break there. Like I fucked up right there, like I offended her essentially. But see how in my responses, I didn't double down and I wasn't like, well, that's the truth, you fucking dumb bitch. I didn't do any shit like that. I was like, okay, I pulled back. I respected her space. I was like, okay, yeah, do whatever you want. I'm just giving you but then I held frame by being like, I'm just giving you my opinion. It's just what it is. And then she was like, she told to me again. She like, was like pointing her finger at my face and everything. And just because I held frame, but I also didn't impose frame, then I was able to recover from that. And then later on, what she ends up doing, she comes back later on and she like drops a pen on the table in front of me. And she's like, give me that pen. She's like, give me that pen. And then I just grabbed it and I gave it to her, But because she was doing that in that situation, it was like she felt she needed to make that move to see if I would listen to her because she felt like I was trying to tell her what to do. So then she came back later and now she was like telling me what to do to recover. And then I was just like, I just gave her the pen. I didn't even look at her when I gave it to her. Like I basically showed like I didn't give a fuck at all. I was just like, yeah, here you go. You dropped your pen here. And then after that, we were good again, and I was able to recover. We had a little bit of a deviation there because of what I said and what happened, but that's how you can recover. And then the rest of the night we had a great time. But then the rest of the night I was also, it did kind of put me in my head a little bit where I was self-monitoring a little bit where I was like, man, I was really fucking rude right there and really kind of imposing myself when I said that. And I was like, I need to stop imposing myself on her. That's fucked up. That's rude. It triggered my empathy, essentially. I was self-monitoring from an empathetic place. And then I was able to not do that to her anymore during the night. And then it was great. We had a great night. So just so you guys know, you can fuck up and you can still recover. But I would, be careful with this in the beginning. But at the same time, I'm saying be careful in the sense like don't push it too far. You should still try it. You should still try to tease her. But if you're not coming from a place of empathy, then it's going to come off kind of fucked up, So make sure you have empathy. Make sure that you have empathy by not needing anything from her, respecting her space, not imposing yourself. But then on top of that, also just wanting the best experience for her, just like you want the best experience for yourself. And also it's a boundary function as well, where you don't want each other being rude to each other. You want to have empathy for each other. So you also have empathy for her because you would want the same for yourself. And it's a healthy boundary because it's a healthy thing. It's good for you as well to have that kind of boundary.
for me, with me, like I legitimately love animals. In March, Babes in Toyland is going to have an animal rescue party that they're going to have in Los Angeles, where they're going to raise
I like
money for
animals
Downtown
too.
Dog Shelter, Operation Blankets of Love. We have a bunch of different animal and dog rescue specifically, but animal
Fuck
rescue
yeah.
charities that we support. I'm going to invite women to it. If I invite the girl and she doesn't like me, but she still comes and helps donate money, I win. If she comes and she does like me, I win. If she comes and she's neutral about me, I win. If she comes and she hates me,
Yeah.
but she brings her friend who does like me, I win. No matter what, I win. And because I'm inviting a girl to a charity event, guess what happens? They all
Even if the girl doesn't come, he wins because, like he said, he likes animals. He cares about animals. He's having a charity event for the animals. His friends are gonna come that also like animals. Like it's gonna be a great time. So he wins whether the fucking girl comes or not. You know, it gets crazy too because you start to see you win either way, whether you get the girl or not, as long as you're being good to yourself and doing stuff that you care about. And then the girl just becomes an addition to that, you know, as opposed to coming from this place where the girl is the prize. You're the fucking prize to yourself, and then she just joins you in that fucking in that vibe, you know.
always say yes. They always give me their info. Do they always come to the event? No, but I have open threads. And you don't have open threads. You don't have open threads with any of these girls. And I have open threads. I probably have open threads with 14,000 women on my Instagram right now.
I love that Mike is talking shit. Yo, respect to Mike, man. You know why he feels the need to do that? It's because people are constantly talking shit to Mike, man. Because people are constantly telling Mike that you need looks, money, you need to be you need a good pickup and stuff like that. And Mike is always saying like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You just need to have friends around you. And because I mean, he in a sense is also saying you need things. He's saying you need status, but people are always trying to shit on him and be like, no, status isn't enough. You need all these other things, you know? So the reason that Mike is doing that, I love this guy, you know, is because people are talking shit to him. So it's just like he's just, you know, coming back at them. But I mean, I will say the only reason he feels the need to do that is because I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm not in his body, you know. The only reason he feels the need to do that is because he's wrapped up in the frame game where his frame is status, you know, that's his frame game. He's wrapped up in that. And when, like I was telling you guys in my stream yesterday, when you hold the frame as the most important thing, you as your the way that you display strength and health and blah 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 and value, then you have to hold it above the girls, you have to hold it above yourself, even you have to hold it above everything, because it has to be strong. Because as I was saying, women and just really people in general are drawn to fucking strength. And if you don't hold it up highly and defend it and all this shit and have boundaries around it, then it's going to lose its strength and become weak. So he needs to do this to respect and honor the strength of his frame, because the strength of it is what's going to attract more of it. And you know, he likes it. And honestly, I think Mike, I honestly genuinely believe that he does it because it's his way. It's a thing that he uses to be good to himself, but he also believes in it a lot. So he defends it, you know? I don't really think Mike is coming from an insecure place at all. But what I will say, as I've said many times in this stream, my only issue with it, my only problem with it is that it is sort of conveying the message that you need it to get the girls that you want, to get the girls that Mike's getting. I I think I have like I feel like 99% certain that I could get the chicks that Mike is getting. Okay. It would be a bit more work for me because I don't have the status. I would have to get access to them and stuff like that. But if the chicks were around me long enough, I could get a few of them, you know, because my game is not based. I've gotten, man, I wish, because you know what Mike would say right now to me? He would be like, let me see the receipts. You can't get chicks unless you have proof, you know? And I'm not a guy that takes pictures and that feels the need to show any fucking proof, you know? And again, Mike is saying this, he would challenge me like this because he's out there, he has a product that he's selling. And not to say that he needs it. I know Mike is doing well without it, but because he's a guy that has a product, he needs to have receipts because his clients I'm not saying all of them, but if they're the typical PUA guy, they're coming from an insecure place. And people that are insecure, they need proof. They can't just believe you because you're saying things. You know, it's not enough. They need to see you with chicks. They need to see all this proof that you're that guy. So Mike is in this environment where he has to prove it to his clients. And again, Mike, I would also say he's not doing it even because he needs his clients. He understands that. I would assume, again, I'm not in his body, you know. I would assume that he understands that when he shows them pictures and things like this, yes, he's going to get more clients. But for beyond that, he's also going to motivate his clients and show them what's possible and push them to push themselves and also try these things and then get the girls they want. Mike is coming from a good place, you know. He wants the best for these guys. He genuinely cares about them. But I just find it funny when he gets aggressive like this because this is just a reflection of what people are doing when they're wrapped up in this my game is better than yours and they're holding their game up as they're the way that they get girls, whatever game they're using. Mike's is the status game, and they end up eating themselves, you know. So if you're coming from the frame like mine, and again, I probably sound like I've been shit talking Mike this whole time. I am not shit talking Mike, okay? I just don't agree with him. And it's fine that we have different frames. I don't have any kind of tension toward the man. But what I'm saying is I disagree, and you don't need any of this stuff to create the life that you want. And when you create the life that you want, women will be attracted to that because they're attracted to strength, you know. And as long as you put yourself in situations where attractive women are, they will feel this strength radiating off you. The way you act, the way you dress, the way you talk, the way what you're projecting about yourself, it will come through in all your communications. And then when you're connected, when you're very deeply connected in a self-living way to yourself, you'll naturally be connected to your environment in a self-loving way. You'll have empathy, you'll have healthy boundaries. All this stuff will naturally occur. The more aware you are of how it works, the better you can embody it. And again, you put the time in to understand how it works and have awareness of it because you know it's something that's good for you and is a self-loving act and is going to make you have a better relationship with yourself. And the more time you put into that, the more you're going to be able to embody this correctly and be good to yourself in this way. And it's going to attract high level chicks, bro. Like, you're not going to attract girls that have bad relationships with themselves and don't think they're enough. And, you know, I mean, I don't mean to be mean, but typically girls that have relationships like that with themselves are not the best looking girls, you know, and they're angry and they hate men and they project and they're like, they call themselves man eaters and all this stuff. And all that is coming from a place where they just don't like themselves because they don't think they're enough, you know, because they're not attractive enough or whatever, you know. So it's naturally going to take care of itself, dudes. So yeah, it is funny to see Mike just talking right to the camera, just being like, fuck you, motherfuckers.
Like over the course of 10 years of just messaging girls, I have open threads with so many women. It's crazy. When we do mass invites on my IG, other people will try to do it and they'll be like, IG stopped me because I don't have open threads with these people. I have open threads with everyone. I probably have an open, I know I have an open thread with Paris Hilton. I think I probably have an open thread with Kim Kardashian at this point. Like, I have so many open threads. It's crazy. Why is it? Because I keep inviting to awesome events. And whenever I meet a girl, I do an invite opener. And then because of that, then we have an open thread. So if the conversation ends there, it's fine because my social media can then generate attraction for me while I sleep.
So your VA doesn't like their last 3 photos and
it's
Yeah. This is, I mean, I'm telling you, Mike is the man when it comes to status game. He definitely is the dude. You guys can definitely break into this status game. If I would say if I was gonna dedicate myself to a type of game, it would be to Mike's game. If I was really gonna be like, you know what, all this shit I'm saying, I'm ready to, you know, graduate from self-love game and everything. I feel like I've got it enough with it. I want to just like push myself into some style of game. I would do Mike's game. Mike has got this shit figured out, dudes. It's interesting too how well he understands the way the algorithm works and how networked he is and how he understands. Like, he's just, Mike is set up, dudes. Like, he is the dude. I fully recommend, if you are gonna invest into a program, because even if you guys like me and you enjoy what I'm saying, I'm not gonna have a product, dudes. I'm not gonna have a fucking boot camp or any shit like that. If you wanted to do that, I would go with Mike, man. Like Mike's the fucking man, dude.
Somebody say that?
No.
Who said the last three photos? I heard that.
You want me to say who said it?
No, just can we blank out his name? What's his name? Who was it?
Everyone keeps promising that.
Sorry about the commercials, dude. I'm a cheap bastard. I don't have YouTube Premium. Almost finished. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Oh shit.
With me, there's that one black dude who's like 6'8", and he gives like dating advice. You know what I'm talking about? Like super
King 6'8".
Yeah, King 6'8", and he's like giving dating advice, and I'm like listening to it, and I'm like, bro, like wow. And it's so funny because he's going viral, but I just don't understand. His dating advice is not.
Oh yeah, here he's talking about how guys that have looks or money or guys that just are naturally good looking and have natural advantages, how terrible their advice is because they're basically just saying like be yourself type of shit, you know? I agree with him that they give terrible dating advice. I mean, I think actually that's really good advice. I think what makes it terrible though is they don't have the stuff that I'm saying to add to it. Because I remember what he says here. He's going to say here that I would rather take basketball lessons from Steve Nash, who's a 6'3" point guard, first ballot Hall of Famer, and he'll teach me how to dribble, shoot, and pass better than Shaquille O'Neal, who was 7'1" and 340 pounds. You know, because Steve Nash had actually developed a lot of skills to make it to the dance when Shaq was just a big fuck. You know, so I agree with him that the advice that guys that have good looks and all that and natural some genetic advantage is not the best, but it's because it's not even that the advice itself is bad, it's because it's not rooted in understanding. So be yourself and don't be a creep. I still hold that as the best dating advice I could give somebody. But I wouldn't just leave it at that if it was a complete newbie, because I would be like, they would have to understand how it works, you know, like how it's rooted in one's own self strength, what it's an expression of, how the whole system works. And once one understands that, then they learn these things to be good to themselves. Like I'm telling you guys, it's an act of self love to learn these things, not an act of self improvement. Not where you're not good enough, so you need to improve to yourself. It's not an aggression toward the self in that sense. It's just like the more that I can understand this, the more I can understand how my relationship with myself works, and I can have better boundaries, love myself better, not hurt myself, not be aggressive toward myself, have better relationship with my environment, so on and so forth. And then I can just be myself and not be a creep. Or you can say, be yourself and have empathy, as opposed to if you don't want a negative or don't be a creep, be yourself and have empathy. You know, like that would be it, you know? But if you don't root it in understanding of how it works, then you're going to end up confusing the guys because you're basically telling them, just be a weak pussy, just have a horrible relationship with yourself. And if the girl doesn't like you, it's because she's the problem. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, it's very important that we give people tools to examine themselves in a healthy way, and they could build healthy relationships with themselves. I would also say that I don't really think there's much else I need to say. The good looking guys, make sure they're rooted in the right thing. Yeah, I don't really think necessarily I would say, and the reason that these guys can get away with it though, as he's going to say, is because they have a genetic advantage. Like a guy's just really good looking, so he can have terrible game, and the girl's going to forgive it just because the guy's hot. You know, if he's hot enough and she's never been with a guy that hot, then she's going to ignore all these stupid things that he's doing. And he's actually fucked up and doing all this retarded shit, but because he has that genetic leverage, then the girl's gonna sleep with him, you know? This is a good example, good case to look at when that does happen, where you could still have terrible game and have a terrible relationship with yourself, and the girl might just like you. Or even beyond that, your game doesn't have to be any good. If the girl is just attracted to you, she's going to just find a reason to sleep with you because she just already decided, her body's already decided that's what's going to happen, you know? And again, it goes back to what I've been saying this whole stream. If she feels you as a source of strength in a way that nobody else is, which most people don't have this frame that I'm explaining to you guys, she's going to make excuses to fuck you and be around you, you know? So your game doesn't have to be any good is my point. You don't need any game at all. All you need is to just fucking have fun and fuck around with her and build tension and release and just like, and then also take time to be away from her and go talk to other chicks or just go have fun without her and then get her number and then see what she's doing later or be like, let's move over here. And if she doesn't want to move, then you'd be like, all right, let me just get your number. I'll talk to you later. And you don't need her in any way. And you don't even need to spend that much time with her because she's going to find reasons to link back up with you if she likes you, you know? You have to really believe that because if you don't, then you're going to get caught in the fucking hamster wheel of validation and be like, I need to do more. I need to go display more value. I need to send her another text. And it's like, your whole frame is going to fall apart. And I would say if that is happening to you, it's because, as I said, you have a broken relationship with yourself. And that's the first thing you need to fix.
Relevant for you, unless you're a black pillar.
All right, let's see. He says that.
I'm 65.
Fuck, how many fucking commercials are in these things, dudes?
My relationships from this point forward, I'm not putting them on the internet.
100%. Here's a topic that I see coming up a lot. I think I don't know. I think my YouTube listens to this podcast and then just sends me things on my For You page. I've always thought this was talk about I see these really young guys who give dating advice. I'm talking guys who are like 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
And they keep talking about archetypes in dating,
Yeah.
which I think are nonsense.
Yes.
But like I see like there's not like archetypes in, hey, the art of seduction type of shit. I'm talking.
Oh, yeah, they're just talking about, this goes back to strength. So they're going to talk about the surfer archetype, the musician archetype, the bodybuilder archetype, the dance guy archetype, whatever archetype, the influencer archetype, blah, blah, blah. And how if a guy I believe Brad P actually talks about this. So if you look up, I believe it's in the first drive of the Google Drives, it's in Brad P's Underground Dating. If you look up Brad P's Underground Dating, at some point there's a fashion section in there where he talks about having a look. And he talks about this like have a surfer look or have a musician look or whatever it is. Basically have a look that's representative of the lifestyle that you live. And that connects back to like have a fun life that a girl wants to be a part of. And then it'll be easier to attract girls into your life. Well, if you have a lifestyle that a girl wants to be a part of, there's a look that goes with that lifestyle, you know? There's a stereotypical look. And if you embody these looks, you're going to attract girls that are attracted to those archetypes. So what he's talking about here, he's just saying like invest in an archetype. And, girls just have this thing where they want to lean into something stronger than them. And if your archetype is connected to a bigger community that she wants to be a part of, that makes her feel soft when she stands before it because it's bigger than her, then she's going to naturally just kind of like start to fall into your frame because she wants to belong to that group. But again, you don't need that. You don't need that. As long as you're your own strength, you don't need shit. As long as you're dressing because you want to dress how you want and it's an extension of what makes you feel good, then it'll be, you don't really, these archetype things are just another permutation of, if you have this thing, you can display strength via this thing. And I'm just going back, like, you don't need anything to display strength. You just need to believe in yourself and love yourself. Like, that's all that it is. But it's another permutation of that.
Talking like, oh, there's like,
fucking skip this.
I saw somebody brag on TikTok about the fact that they went on 300 dates in the past 2 years.
Oh, no.
And I was like, what? Dude, do you know how poor we would be if we had to go on 300 dates?
So, yes, that's a great point. If you've gone on 300.
Well, I get they're making fun of the guy. I would say it just really depends on your friend. If he's going on that many dates because he genuinely likes going on dates, that's a flex. you know, because they're just it would be like, how many times did you go skating last year? I'd be like, you know, hundreds. It'd be the same thing. It'd be like, it's not really a bad thing if it's fun, if he genuinely likes the girls he's going out with. I would, however, say though that I don't know if this guy, they're going to talk about him right now. I don't know who the fuck they're talking about, but I don't think the guy is going out with them from that frame. I think he has this thing where he's like, I need to keep getting dates. It's like me before when I felt I needed to approach all the time to maintain my frame, to feel like my frame is strong and be feeding my frame, you know? It's the same thing that this guy's doing. He's going on all these dates because he needs it to feel like he's that guy and he really is like this attractive dude potentially, you know? So it is toxic in that sense. I don't think a guy would naturally want to go on 300 dates anyway. I mean, maybe with his girlfriend, maybe with like one girl, but with like 300 different girls, that would just be fucking exhausting. How do you have the time to even set them up? Like it's, I again, unless he genuinely just likes it, which I don't think, it's crazy.
Dates, then you are bad at dating.
Yeah, it's a form of insecurity.
Does that make sense?
Man.
Yes.
So for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a group environment and I'm going to invite the girls out to the group environment and none of it's a date. And then one of them sort of chooses me or shows me some level of compliance. And then we can leave the group and then together we're sort of in a insta date. That I would agree with. From that standpoint,
I mean, I've always been saying this. I mean, I'm saying I don't take 6 girls on one date. I take 6 girls on one date.
Yeah. I don't take 6 girls on 6 dates. I take 6 girls on one date.
Yeah.
So what happens, you know, with that whole situation is I'll take a group of girls out and it won't be like a real date.
I mean, unless you want to take 6 girls on 6 dates, I mean, if you genuinely just like it, do it, you know? I'm more just saying don't do it from a place of insecurity where like you don't feel like you need it to feel good about yourself. That would be different. I would say then you need to you need to fucking examine your relationship with yourself. But if you just genuinely like going on dates and you like the whole approaching a girl and the whole process of getting her out and texting and taking her out and you know banging her at the end or whatever it is that you like to do, and you just like that for whatever reason because it allows you to express certain parts of yourself and you genuinely just enjoy it. And like let's say you were going out on that many dates and then every once in a while you're just like, fuck, I feel like resting on that, let me just focus on myself for a little bit, and you don't need to do it and you can take breaks, then yeah, do it. I would say there's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, I don't think I've never wanted to go on 300 dates in a year, bro. I would go on like 1 to 2 dates a month, maybe. Like I like going on dates with the same girl, maybe like 2, 3 girls in a month, and then just getting to know those girls a lot rather than going out with another girl and another girl and another girl. It's just, I don't know. It just really depends if you're like on a romp. You know, if I'm gonna pick up romp, then I'll pick up a girl and then I want to just go pick up another one immediately just because it feels good to do it. You know, just knowing that I have that ability, just it's funny and it's fun and it just feels good. It's just when I feel like when if I stop doing it, it makes me feel insecure where I feel like I need to do it again and I start losing belief in myself if I don't. That's when it gets unhealthy. That actually started happening to me when I was in Spain. So I would advise against that. But if you genuinely like it, you'll know because you'll be able to take breaks and rest. Because there's this natural thing, you know, like you'll do something, it'll be a bunch of fun. And then you'll be like, all right, I need to take a break from this for a second to just like rest my brain from that. And then you'll be able to stop and not do it for a while, as opposed to feeling like I need another one. I can't stop, you know, that's different.
8. And then I'm going to have maybe 1 or 2 more interactions with her, or maybe just that's the first interaction. And we're going to begin, if we're going to date, we're going to have a sexual component of our relationship. I'm sorry if that offends people, but that is true. You're not dating someone who isn't having sex with you, unless there's exceptions.
True.
If you have a religious component to your dating and you've chosen to not have sex, that's so.
You can't build a business.
De alma guerrera.
Oh, this should be the last commercial, dudes. We're wrapping up the podcast. Anybody that was here for the entire stream from beginning to end, you are a motherfucking G.
I think more successful guys should do social circle
4
to
hours.
save the time.
To save time. Again, my social media, it generates attraction for me while I sleep. It saves me time. My female teammates introduce me to other women. That saves me time.
Yeah.
When I get invited to events or host events where there's 7, 8, 9 girls for every guy, I only have to go out 2 nights a month instead of 14 nights a month. It saves me time. All of social circles saves time. Cold approach wastes time. That you have to go out at 10, you come home at 2. There's drinking, there's getting into the club, there's all this.
Yeah, I agree. But again, if you really like it, who's he to tell you not to do it? You know, it's like if you genuinely like it, fucking do it. You know,
kind of stuff that you have to deal with.
I would argue though. I don't think anybody that does it that much genuinely likes it. I think they're on. I think they're like sort of on a power trip, on an ego trip, where they're like, I can do it, and they love proving it. They love showing to themselves that they can do it. I don't even know how much they actually like the actual girls. I feel like fucking the girls is more of an ego trip than an actual just like I like the girl, so I'm going to fuck her because I like her, and it's just going to be a fun way to release tension at the end of the night. You know what I mean? Like this is actually what I was talking about before. If you watch my pickup lessons, my first video on my channel, where I talk about how I felt like I got into hunt mode and I had to take a break from pickup for many years because I got wrapped up in this like hunt mode and looking at girls as prey in a sense, as pickup prey. And I really didn't like looking at girls like objects like that. And it's like I don't think anybody really. I agree with Mike. I don't want to be going out coming home. When I was going out in Spain, dude, I was coming home at like 7, 8 in the fucking morning. And then my whole next day, my sleep would be all fucked up. And I don't like being up that late. If it was up to me, I would just go out during the day, maybe go out to a festival. You know, now that I don't really have this need to do it anymore, I mean, I still have this need to do it because I like to dance, and you know, the club stays open till like 3 or 4 in the morning in Mexico, and it's like once I'm out there dancing, I just want to keep dancing all night. But I have to stop doing that shit, you know, because I really don't like coming home that late. Unfortunately, people don't really start going out till like midnight 1, and that's when I want to come home, and that's when the club gets the most popping and the dancing gets the best. So I'm in a little bit of a fucking kerfuffle there, but ideally, I would just go out. I would have fun during the day. I would go out on a date during the day. I would meet girls through day game. I would meet girls while I'm running errands. I would I would just live a life and put myself in places where girls are and live my life in front of girls. And if I see a girl that I like, then I would approach her, you know. I will say that going out at night is a more target rich environment, but it's like I really don't need the hot girl. Like right now, I'm sort of decoupling from that, where I'm going to do my best and not really go out late. So it's probably going to bring down the frequency of the hotness of the hotties that I'm going to be meeting. But I mean, that's part of the journey that I'm going through right now, like not needing hot girls all the time, you know? Like I can be like I'm going to see them at some point, you know? I'm going to meet them on the subway or I'm going to see them at the park, and when I meet them, I'll be ready, you know? But if I don't see a girl I feel like approaching for like a month, then I can go out, live a month of my life and not approach any girls. Maybe I won't even get laid for a whole month. I won't go on any dates for a whole month because I'm not seeing any girls or whatever. I need to be fine with that. You know, I can't. This is another trap I could fall into that I fell into before, where I'm like, I need to keep going out so I can see where the hot girls are. I need to be on the dating apps, and so I can, like, I need to be around girls all the time so I can meet a hot girl. It's like they're there. I will see them, and I just need to be fine that sometimes there will be periods where I won't see any, you know, or I might see one and she's with like her boyfriend or like with her dad, and or I'm in some situation where she's in some situation where I can't approach her, and I haven't seen a hot girl in like 3 weeks, and I have to kind of let that one go, you know, because it doesn't make sense to approach her because she's busy. She's with her boyfriend or she's giving a speech in front of a crowd of people. You know, I'm not going to stand around and wait for her to finish giving the speech and then approach her. I'm going to be like, well, I have to just live my life and keep walking. And when I see a hot girl, I'll see one when I see one, you know. If I see one on the bus, then I'll approach her on the bus. You know, it's just like it is another level to it because in the beginning we want to meet as many hot girls as we can, and we can sort of get lost in that hunt for them. Like you've got to be able to let that go to maintain your fucking sanity, you know, because otherwise you won't ever be able to be at rest and just focus on yourself. You know, it's important to give yourself that rest. So it is kind of weird what this dude is going out with 300 chicks in a year, and going on so many dates all the time. While I'm saying, like, I do think it would, if you genuinely like it and you like going on dates a lot and you can afford it and you have the time, maybe you can go on a date every day for a month or something, or for a year, and do some shit like that if you genuinely like it. But I would say to a guy like that, I don't know if you genuinely like dating and you're just like what I just explained. Like, you feel like you need to keep doing it because you're like, I need to be around girls all the time. It's like you need to be able to not be around girls as well, because at the end of the day, you have to take time for yourself first, and you're going to need rest. Just like if you're working on your business or you're working on your degree, you still need to take breaks from those things. You even like, you might feel like I need to be working 16 hours a day on my business. Like, no, you need to, yes, work, have stretches where you're working really hard, but then you also need days where you just rest and don't focus on those things, and you just kind of chill out, you know? Like, for instance, today I didn't do any work. I might do some work after this, but the reason I decided to do this 4 hour stream today, number one, it's out of respect for Mike, because I have tons of respect for Mike, and I really like that he put out this podcast so I can react to it. But number two, because I've been working so much on my job and my life coaching and my whole system and everything for this last week, that today I had a whole day to myself. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to not focus so much on it today. I'm going to give myself some rest and I'm going to do other things. And I ended up doing this stream. I ended up going skating earlier. And yeah, dudes, it's just like, rest should be a part of your process. And if it's not, if you feel like you can't rest, you're probably out of balance there, you know? So yeah, it really doesn't make sense that you would somebody want to go on 300 dates. And what Mike is saying, where he's being more economic and efficient with his dating, it's a natural progression of just having love for yourself, because you want to save your time and have time left over so you can just chill out and not constantly be grinding.
And then the logistical nightmare of getting home with a girl who's a complete stranger. And then now you having to deal with things like getting rolled, getting robbed, right? You know, you go home with her and boop, a penis pops out. Like, I'm not being funny, sticking with me through this whole thing all the way up into. Don't show intent. That's the difference.
Yeah. Cool. That's all I got.
Whoa, what do you say right there?
Florian said, this is the way. Become women. There's more doing it.
Yeah. Especially for you guys live in the Northeast or in California.
Yeah.
Especially for you.
Yeah. You guys who live in these hyper woke environments. You're going to go home with a girl and then boop, there's a wiener. What are you going to do now?
Yeah.
No, I don't have to worry about that because I'm in a group environment. I know a bunch about the girl because her friends testify. She comes into my social circle. So I know better. That's the difference. Right. And so that's why I keep telling you, social circle is it is like the Mandalorian says, this is the way. Social circle, this is the way. You can still do cold approach. I don't have a problem with it. I'm going out with Owen on the 6th, 17th, and 18th of January. We're doing a free tour in Phoenix. And
So
the stuff he teaches on social circle is incredible. The way he hypes himself up to go out and talk to strangers, it's a gift I wish I had. He's incredible at it.
Yeah, that's interesting that he says that, because remember, we're almost done, guys. Remember how he's saying how he hypes himself up? Remember, I've been saying that when I was doing pickup before, when I was caught in the validation loop, I needed to hype myself up to keep myself motivated so I could come in strong into the interactions, you know? It's a symptom of being caught in a validation loop. As opposed to now, I don't have to hype myself up because the girl being hot and me being attracted to her hypes me up. I don't need to put myself in state because the girl being hot puts me into state, because I get into a sexual state. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, Owen's the man, but that's another thing that, you know, Owen does that. I mean, I'm not in his body. Maybe he does it for different reasons. I'm sure he probably does it so for his students, so they can do it because they might need it for the level that they're at. But you shouldn't be needing to hype yourself up, dudes. You should be ready to go at any time. All you need is the girl to turn you on, you know? That's it.
For me, I have the opposite gift, which is when a girl is not that attractive, I'm like, when a girl's super hot, I'm like, hey, what's going on, homie? But I don't show intent. That's the difference.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. That's all I got.
That's crazy that he doesn't show intent, dude. This is where I disagree with him heavily as well. Well, I think he's saying overt intent, which I semi agree with him. It really depends on. It just really depends, because I could walk up to a girl and be like, damn, girl, you're hot as fuck. What's up? I could do that. but it just really depends on. Sometimes you can just feel those things, and that just comes out of you, and that's just the right thing to say. You could also say it just because you feel it, and it's the wrong thing to say, and you could end up recovering if she didn't like it, or if she didn't like it, you could just let it go, you know. But I think that's what Mike's saying. That uh, I'm not the biggest fan of this flaccid approach where you just walk up and you're friendly. You need to have you can walk up and on the outside verbally you're being friendly, but you do need to have that charge, that sexual charge, like I'm turned on by you. You need to have that in your energy, you know, because if you're trying to hide that at all, it's incongruent. The girl's gonna be like, why the fuck is he talking to me? She's gonna think you're weird because you can't just walk up with your energy open and stuff. So I would say I don't really know exactly what he means. I've never gamed with Mike, so I don't know how he games, but I disagree with that on a surface level. I think you need to walk up with intent in the sense that you need to walk up making no excuses or nor trying to conceal that you're turned on by her, you know? And if the girl doesn't turn you on, then why the fuck are you approaching her? Only approach girls that are you're fucking turned on by.
Beautiful, man. Well, appreciate you doing this again. Thank you guys for joining us. Love the
Yeah,
comments that
Mike.
I see on these
Thanks,
type of
Mike.
videos. This is episode number 150. Thank you guys for sticking with me through this whole thing, all the way up into the point where I got my first 100,000 followers on YouTube. And then the same week I got my first 100,000, I got demonetized. But finally, I got my
Oh,
monetization
no.
back. You guys stuck with me through all that. All the guys who sat there through all the episodes of Access Vegas, the Tuesday podcast,
yeah.
the Wednesday Access
Mike's a
Vegas,
good
the
guy.
Thursday video that where we do one-on-one instruction. Thank you guys for doing all this. Hopefully,
yeah, Mike.
in the future, we're going to start doing some live streams more frequently. That's kind of in the plans for 2026, and hopefully you stick around with that.
Fuck
If you
yeah.
heard something on this show that resonated with you, please do me a favor and share it with your friends. Just go ahead and hit the share button, send it to one of
Yeah.
your buddies,
Well, I'm
and
doing it
just be
that
like, hey, what
solid
do you think
now.
about this? I'm always open for friendly conversations. I'm not open for clout chasers who sit there and want to insult me. You're not going to get on my show. But
No.
if you guys want to have an open,
Yeah.
friendly conversation where we can include some academics, then I'm totally fine with that. One more time, I'm trying to think when this is going to air. I'm going to be doing a free tour with Owen Cook on January 17th and 18th in Phoenix. And then I'm going to do another one with him February 28th-ish, somewhere around there in San Diego. So make sure you sign up for that. If you go to my
I'll be
Instagram,
in
we'll have
Argentina.
a sign up in the stories and you'll be able to sign up for the free tour there. Hopefully, I'll see you guys soon. And we'll see you guys for episode
All right, fuck
151
yeah.
next week.
Fuck yeah,
And
Mike.
remember, guys, be yourself and stay authentic.
Exactly. No. Oh, shit. That's what I've been saying the whole time, you know? The only problem with that advice is when people give it and they don't explain how it works, the mechanics of it, you know? Because people that don't know any better are that are looking for advice and they're taking aggressions towards the self and they have an unhealthy relationship with themselves, they're going to take that advice as like just be my just be my shitty self that I don't like. You know, it's just super important that when that's the best advice out there, be yourself and have empathy. Don't be a creep, have empathy. It's the best advice, but it's just everything that I've been saying in this stream, guys. It's necessary to understand it, you know? And we take the time to put awareness on this because we're being good to ourselves, not because we're not enough. Okay. All right, dudes. I appreciate you. I believe this is now my new longest stream. My former longest stream was the Rick H one, but I wanted to make this one extra long out of respect for Mike. I just want to say one last time, no disrespect to Mr. Sartain. He is the fucking man. I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. And I made this stream extra long just for him, you know? So if in some far off universe he ends up seeing this, that would be great. And if you're seeing this by some miracle, Mike, I love you, man. Keep up the good work. And everybody else here, I love you guys too. Love yourselves. And I will see you in the next stream. All right, dudes. Later.